I just need to check something. Mic check.
Hello, everyone. If I can ask you to grab a seat, we are going to get started. I know that we have a couple of people that are still stuck in traffic, so we are going to get started, not in the least because we have a couple hundred people watching online as well, so we don't want to keep them. They've been playing trivia with Cody for the last 15 minutes, but we are going to get started so we can get underway. And so if people do come in late, they might just come in through those back doors. We will keep going because we know there's a couple of people that are still stuck in classic Bay Area traffic. Okay, well, welcome to Singularity. Welcome to our Global Impact Challenge. My name is Alex Rupsam. I am the head of thought leadership at Singularity. And I'm thrilled to be hosting today the first GIC in years, the first Global Impact Challenge in years, and very happy to see all of you attend. I know there's a ton of people also watching online. And so we're very happy to be doing the first GIC in many years. Just to lay a bit of the groundwork for what we'll be doing today to welcome you to Singularity. As you may or may not be familiar, Singularity was founded on the principle of understanding that technologies that develop along an exponential pace, right, increase in computational power and decrease in how much it takes, how much it costs to perform that computational power. And the founding principle of Singularity was to not just understand those technological contexts, but to teach leaders about those technologies in order to have them address the world's most pressing problems by leveraging those technologies. So this is why in 2008, Singularity was founded. We have been doing GICs since 2010, so fairly close to the start of Singularity. I'll speak a bit more to that in a moment. I just wanted to give you a quick overview from my role as head of thought leadership, where we sort of situate many of those technologies as well as the application areas that we care about in that space. So this is not to overwhelm, but this is just what gets me very excited. This is our taxonomy of knowledge that we talk about at Singularity. I'll simplify it a little bit so it's easier to talk about. Everything that we do at Singularity, be it an executive program, be it a GIC, be it an article that we write on Singularity Hub, is always through two lenses. On the one hand side, having the topic being the exponential technologies, so those technologies that are that develop along those exponential curves, as well as, crucially, the mindset that we believe is necessary to understand and situate those technologies applied on different areas, be they the individual, the organization, or society as a whole. So anything that you could possibly think about in the sort of realm of what Singularity cares about is always going to be understanding that those technologies, while using that mindset, can address issues that take place on all that is on the right-hand side. In fact, that they will inevitably affect what happens on that right-hand side. Now, I'm going to zoom in a little bit on that mindset and specifically on the impact. So one of the core tenets of what Singularity cares about is what we call the global grand challenges. And these are 12 areas. You can see they are fairly broad, so there's a lot that fits under them, that we believe that technology can help alleviate, solve, or mediate issues in. And so this is true for everything that we talk about. We'll zoom into one specifically today, but I just wanted to give you a sense of how we approach this at Singularity, because it's often when we talk about these exponential technologies that we can get lost in the amazing capabilities that many of these technologies have. And there's so much that we can do with any and all of the sort of exponential technologies that we see out in the field. If you think about the rise of Gen AI, of course, you'll know that this is a technology that really all of us now get to interact with, play with, and apply. But we care about that explicitly through this lens of using any and all of those technologies to address these big problems in the world. And there's a history of doing that, not just in the GIC, but I wanted to highlight some of the GIC things we've seen. I've absolutely chosen the wrong color for this world map, so my apologies for that. That's on me, but here you can see it. This is great design work by me. But I just wanted to give you an overview, and I'll point out the point I'm trying to make here is this is the world. And so I wanted to highlight some of the previous GICs that we've run, as well as some of the partnerships that we have at Singularity as well. The first being, this is a GIC that was run in 2017 that was addressing the problem of production in space. And so you see Sho Nakanose, he used robots to alleviate some of the most dangerous jobs that astronauts have to perform in space by having robots perform them instead. So you can see how sort of like that problem space, that GGC, combined with specific exponential technologies, allows him to address a specific issue that he is looking to solve. Similarly, this was a GIC in 2019. No, that's not correct. 2014. Dendra Systems is a company run by Susan Graham. She is addressing reforestation by using drones that do reseeding so as to build reforestation in Australia and actually now globally. We also have some of our partnerships. This is not a GIC, but one that we at Singularity work closely with, the Maharishi Institute, using social technology and computational technology, among other things, to retrain youths in Johannesburg to be able to find jobs in a market that has significantly shifted and that the education system locally has not yet been adjusted to. There is a group we work with in Paraguay who, I will get out of the way, who that we have partnered with over the last couple of years. They are trying to bank the unbanked. And as you can imagine, in Paraguay, there's a large number of people that are unbanked. One of my favorite things that they've done is they're actually refurbishing cigarette vending machines into these sort of ATM kinds of contraptions where you can open a bank account with just a mobile phone. Then finally, another GIC. This was one that is run by Mariana, who was in GSP at Singularity in 2015. She is using AI and computation to address climate prediction to ensure the security of crops and the yield of crops, to ensure that the yield is what it is expected to be. Now, the reason I'm pointing these out is because, as you can imagine, like I said, it's cool to do things with AI. It's cool to do things with blockchain. But each of these examples and each of these people, and this is true for every GIC that we've run as well, the point and why they're successful in their respective spaces is because they're laser focused on the specific problem that they're trying to solve. And they're fairly agnostic about what technology they're using to solve that problem. If there was a reason to use social media to get robots to produce more safely in space, then I guarantee you that Sho would have used that to solve that problem. And so it's a focus on a specific problem that allows us to think creatively around how we're actually maybe able to address that by using specific technology. That's what the Global Impact Challenges are for. And that's what SU's been doing since 2010, right? So we have hosted over, and I say we, this is my first hosting GIC, but Singularity has hosted over 100 GICs in over 50 countries since 2010, with globally 162 people who have been awarded or been the winners of those GICs. And so that's sort of what brings us all together. They're always focused on a specific problem that we're looking to solve or that we believe is worth solving. And so that brings us to today, where right now on my visible world map here, we are looking to address the issue of digital wellness in partnership with Sync. Now, I'm going to, in a moment, bring up Dr. Mamoon and, well, no, actually, sorry, just Dr. Mamoon, to talk more about specifically what Sync does and why we've chosen to partner on this. But before I do, I'll just give you a quick overview of what specific challenge we're looking to solve today and why we've brought together this particular GIC. And then they can speak a bit more to specifically what Sync and Ithra are doing in that space. So today's challenge that our finalists will present their solution to is the issue of digital well-being, specifically along 3 axes, being misinformation, cyberbullying, and social disconnection. And I'll let them speak more specifically to what those 3 angles mean. But so the aim of this collaboration that in partnership we have with Sync is to find these moonshot solutions to those particular problems. There's a lot on the line here because today's winner will be awarded $250,000 as well as a seat to our executive program, which is kind of like paling in comparison. $250,000 to further their business, to further the cause, and to further empower them to solve the issues that they're solving. So we are here with big stakes. Now, to give you a bit of an overview of how we've come to be here, here's another world map that also is inaccurate. So I'm just 2 for 2 on my design skills. But just to give you a sense, because this is where the applications were from, except that some of the countries didn't light up in the way that they should have, which is on me. And so the representation is more sort of metaphorical than actual. For this particular challenge, we've had over 500 applications from different companies addressing this problem. After sort of like whittling that down to the final sort of like finalized and complete applications, that was 344 total, which for a specialized GIC, I'm informed, is actually usually that's around 100. So this is clearly an issue that many people care about, that many people are working on. From those 344, the team has selected 15 for final review. And out of those 15, today's 10 finalists have been selected. So you are looking at 10 out of ultimately over 500 applications, and that's what we'll see today. Those 10 we'll get to in a moment. We also have today's judges. So we have right here in front of me today's judges and the people that will get to that will judge all the pitches that we hear today. So I'm going to go your left to right. Aaron Vaquero is the president of Singularity. He's also a longtime investor in startups. Next to him is Nicole Bradford, an expert and investor in human potential technology. In the middle, Dr. Mamoon Rashid, who we'll also hear from shortly, a senior researcher at Sync and an expert in AI and computation. Next to him, Darlene Dam, a longtime collaborator with Singularity, over 15 years, I believe, especially in the area of social impact. And finally, to my left, Paul Saffo, technology forecaster at Stanford. So I think you'll agree with me that we have a great team of people ready to review today's pitches from all angles that we think will be relevant to address these particular solutions that our startups have designed. So before we get started with that, I just want to make sure that we get some time for Dr. Mamoon to talk us a bit through what exactly Sync is doing. I do believe we're starting with a video, and then after that, you will come up the stage to talk a bit to that. Perfect. Then let us start the video.
Revolutionized healthcare, enhanced education, smart assistance, all hallmarks of the AI-driven world that is now upon us. Yet, system intelligence outsmarts us. Privacy breaches headline the news. Synthetic affections emerge. Tech inclusivity falls short. Finding balance is key. where digital and real-world experiences harmonize. The UN is committed to connecting the unconnected by 2030. But how can we ensure the digital well-being of these newcomers to the online world? Sync by Ithra leads the charge in digital well-being, pushing for a balanced tech relationship. Our goal? Elevate digital literacy and quality of life in the AI era. We achieve this through our research, which includes the Global Digital Wellbeing Index, which measures tech's impact across 35 countries, the Global Digital Wellbeing Survey, that provides insights into tech use and effects, the Gaming Disorder Report, which examines global gaming habits, and our Sync events. The 2024 Sync Digital Wellbeing Summit, known to spark global conversations on digital well-being with experts. The Sync retreats that offer digital recalibration to reconnect with what truly matters. AI holds tremendous promise, but with greater advancements come greater responsibilities. We address these issues by leveraging AI to foster a balanced and equitable digital future. Together, we can navigate this evolving landscape and ensure technology serves everyone's best interests.
Mamoon Rashid, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good to see you in this room in right moment and time. So let me tell you a bit more about what Sync is and maybe put some context why you are here in this room right now. So in Sync, this program is about more than 2 years old, but what we are trying to do, initially we thought we know a lot about the digital well-being and we can go and solve the problem. But then when we actually dive into some of the things we as a community or the people understand the digital well-being, we find every city we go to, it's a different kind of problem. It's a different scale. There is culture, there is your language, everything is very different. So then we actually push back from what we had initially planned. Now what we are doing, we are trying to solve this problem with the people from the different culture, language, expertise, and with the whole community. So like I said at the beginning, so we started very independently. We thought we have enough knowledge and the resources in the team and the organization that really can address this global problem. But soon we move out to our boundary from Saudi Arabia, we kind of see the problem is actually much bigger. So one of the ways we thought maybe, do we really know who are the best people in this other part of the world who could actually help us to solve this problem? And that is where actually this initiative of the challenge that is Jihad brought up with the Singularity University. So I don't think anyone should, after the end of the day, there should be someone would say, I have the money and I am the winner. I think winner is everyone in this room. It's just because without doing this, I mean, you can imagine the scale of the problem, because just out of 2 months of this call out, we have more than 500 plus, the different solutions in the bucket. So now we are kind of going through all of them and trying to make sure where should you put the money to address or solve these problems. I don't want to get into too much involved in the misinformation side, because we know now, even in the election, you need a good partner to win this kind of race too. So what I'm kind of trying to address here is, it's a problem. We thought it's from the digital well-being perspective, it's a big issue when it comes to misinformation, disinformation. But soon we deep dive into more details, we find it may not be a problem for everyone. It could be an opportunity too. I'm bringing slightly different example in this story. So some of the work we are doing here is basically in the sync, connecting the unconnected. So when we talk about the connecting unconnected, basically there are, I think ITU claim 2.6 billion people aren't connected. So we did a survey around 35 countries, taking 1,000 sample from each country, and then try to clarify our understanding of the digital well-being. And then what as in sync research or we take that input into us and now trying to shape how do we want to connect that 2.6 billion unconnected people? What kind of mechanism, what kind of best way we could do that? So that's kind of one approach we took when we talk about the sync and our research. It's also goes beyond that line too. One other interesting story I need to tell. I think in Saudi, we like to see things from a very positive lens. For example, when it comes to the gaming, everyone, or in general term, people think that is a problem. So then we ask a different question into the team and other people too. If 3.2 billion people is registered as a gamer, which is kind of half of the population, then there must be something positive in it. How do you change your lens, seeing something of this scale from a problem to an opportunity? And this is kind of a transformation or the transition we're trying to promote, and we're trying to get more and more people engaged to solve or kind of transition from the problem to an opportunity side. And how do you do that? I don't think as a team or as a group, we do even know what is the best way to solve this problem. I think this is where this collectiveness or the people like you in this room, we need to get more of this kind of opportunities, challenges, and kind of, I mean, before this call out, we didn't even know, possibly I know because of my some hands-on work on the modeling the some Twitter data to understand the hate crime in the different part of the world. I knew few organizations, but it's nowhere near even 100 numbers. So putting this kind of some sort of resource aside, if we could put a community of 100 plus solution provider or the experts into tackle this address, I think this is a huge opportunity. For us, I don't think we should consider us as a funder, because we do very much hands-on work, and we do try to solve this kind of large-scale problem when it's come to a kind of globally addressable issues. So on that note, I would think, whether you get the money or the fund at the end of the day, that's possibly, different things. But I think knowing you are working in this space, there will be more similar call or the opportunity will come. I think we are creating a global society for digital well-being, and there will be element for online gaming community. There will be element of misinformation, disinformation solutions provider. So I think it's an opportunity. It's a platform we are creating to work us together. So I know that depending on your scale on the startup development, it's really crucial for some organization to have this money and build your next level of the development. But I think for the others, it's mostly you didn't come here in this room by an accident. This is a much very timely initiative. This is a much needed effort that we put that some sort of resource together to know, to find out, to talk to the people who we are talking now, to understand what part of the countries or the region is more active in this kind of research, and who, with some resources or help from us, who could do more to solve this kind of issue from the region to the global scale too. So I think with that as in summary, what I can say, we are not ending the show here. We are not stopping the movement from here. I think we are taking it further, and we are actually inviting many of you to join us going forward from here. So this is an opportunity. This is a platform we are creating. We will do a lot more than what we are doing today. And I think I like to invite everyone to be part of this journey and part of this movement, and make sure we do something together with everyone hands to hand. thank you. I think there is a slide for a QR code if anyone wants to join on any of the few things we are doing globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we get started, just wanted to take a quick moment to echo something that you've said as well, and that is very important to us at Singularity, which is, yes, we're excited to see the 10 solutions that are here to present and to pitch to us, but really this is also an event where we hope to show, which is this core belief at Singularity, that through the democratization of our technologies, it means that many more people have an opportunity to participate and to direct and steer the direction that our technology is going. The success of Singularity is always the success of its community. And so beyond the 10 solutions that we'll see today, we do hope that wherever you're watching, if it's here in the room, if it's on Zoom, if it's on LinkedIn, if it's on YouTube, that you'll also feel this invitation to participate and to steer the future of our technology. Now, there's one thing I have to do before we get started with our pitches, and this is the most ungrateful part of my job today, which is that we have 10 pitches to get through. We want to give everyone equal amounts of time to present. So I am going to have to be an absolute, excuse my language, hard ass about keeping time. What's going to happen, I'm not happy about this either because I'd love to listen to everyone for ages, but just to ensure that we give everyone the same amount of time and the same amount of attention is for every pitch, presenters will have 5 minutes. After that, if they're not done, we are going to cut their mic. It's 5 minutes or bust. And after that, our judges will have equally 5 minutes. Now, I work with Aaron a lot. He knows how much I can time keep. We'll also have 5 minutes to ask some questions. And so the Q&A portion will also be 5 minutes. After that, we will also cut your mic. And so with that, that's the least sort of fun part of what I get to do today. But I just wanted to make sure that we set those ground rules, even if I can't keep you here much longer than our allotted time. So that's really where that's coming from. Good. Let us get started. I'm excited to have you here in the room. I'm excited to have you online in 3 different locations. So we have Zoom, we have YouTube, and we have LinkedIn people watching and joining us from there. I'll keep an eye both here in the room and those 3 spaces. But it is time for our very first pitch. And so it is my pleasure to bring to the stage Tyler from the Digital Wellness Institute. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'd like you to consider the story of Claire. She's 34 years old. She's a mid-level manager. She spends over 14 hours each day on screens. 10 of so are due to work and 4 due to personal use. Now, despite a bevy of wellness benefits offered by her employer, Claire feels an undeniable sense of digital overwhelm. Since 2020 alone, average daily screen time of employees like Claire, it's increased 5 hours per person per day. So much time spent on screen, it has led to higher levels of occupational burnout, greater levels of social disconnect at work, and yes, benefits that simply go underutilized because they fail to address the root cause. All of these factors are contributing to millions of dollars in inefficient spend for businesses. The problem itself, it's only getting bigger as 25% of the workforce is expected to increase in remote and screen-bound jobs. Now, at the same time, though, we have this growing network of digital wellness innovators, many of whom are on this stage with me today. But so much of their work goes underutilized because they fail to have a path to viable market. We believe that we have an opportunity to combine these two. On one hand, we can take these digital wellness innovators, who on average today are making less than $2,500 per person, and connect them to this growing market of employees who are increasingly in need of digital wellness resources. In doing so, we can create a shared economy driven by mutual benefit. And in doing so, we believe that we can create momentum in the digital wellness space. Momentum is an AI-powered digital wellness platform that integrates directly into Slack and Teams. You can think of it as a digital wellness assistant for the modern worker, and it provides employees with access to the equivalent of digital wellness GPTs or apps that would be created by many of the people in this room today. Now, the secret sauce in all of this lies in our Digital Flourishing Survey. It's scientifically validated, and it provides us data to train the AI model and create personalized learning pathways, because we know that each employee's digital wellness needs are different. Through it, a user can take the digital flourishing survey. They can access resource, be that trainings, be that applications created by these innovators. They can track their screen time to understand how their workday and their time spent on screen is leading to inefficiencies in the day. They can ask Momentum to rearrange their calendar to carve out time for deep work. And it can even connect parents with resources that they need to talk to their children about the importance of gaming and digital wellness online. You see, Momentum is a subscription-based service. We sell it at $10 per employee per month. Our ICP is mid-sized to global enterprises with 2,500 employees and more. A conservative estimate of our ACV based off of this data is about $100,000. But what is unique in all of this is that we take 20% of net revenue and we distribute it back to the creators based off of the content's level of engagement. So assuming an annual revenue of about $10 million, a creator that has 10% of engagement on the platform can earn $200,000, which is roughly 10x what the majority of creators in the space are making today. Our timing in the market, it couldn't be better. The global corporate wellness market is expected to increase by about 6%, reaching about $102 billion by 2032. We're targeting 10% of that market. Again, that ICP, those corporate mid-sized global enterprises with 2,500 employees plus. And as such, our serviceable addressable market is about $6.2 billion. And as digital wellness, it rises in public awareness, so too does the demand and the need for digital wellness in the workplace. You see, while momentum is in the making, our traction is already clear. Thus far, we've worked with some of the nation's largest companies to supply them with everything from digital wellness trainings to talks and advanced analytics. We've even partnered with Fast Company to launch the equivalent of Great Places to Work certification for the most digitally balanced workplaces. Our revenue has surpassed $200,000 in the last 12 months alone, but without momentum, revenue continues to be unpredictable and non-recurring. With momentum, we believe that we can stabilize our growth curve. We can triple our revenue by 2025 alone. And just inputting some basic assumptions, we believe that momentum can drive $8 million in ARR by 2028. As a recognized leader and having trained over 450 certified educators in the space, many of whom are those innovators that we will be working with, we believe that we are primed for collaboration rather than competition. You see, we want to offer every single one of these players on the left side and those in this room today a path to the market and the companies that we're already working with. Our team, we combine expertise in research, in partnerships, in products and marketing, all with the shared vision of spreading digital wellness more globally around the world.
It is time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judges. Go ahead, Nicole. It should be on. They'll turn it on.
Okay. I'm curious. Great. I'm curious. How do you access the corporate market for this type of product and also address enterprise security concerns?
Yeah, great question. So what I was just going to say is if awarded 100% of the prize funding, it's going to go towards developing the MVP of this model. And to exactly your point, we've actually been invited by Ariana Huffington at Thrive Global to build V1 of this MVP atop the Thrive platform. So in doing so, we really avoid all of those problems that you mentioned, and we have the ability to test this at a fairly low cost and a built-in market through the Thrive platform. Yes.
Paul, go ahead.
Describe a typical creator.
Yeah, typical creator. It really depends. It could be coaches. It could be people that are creating digital wellness apps and services who you'll hear from today. On average, our creators tend to be women. They tend to be people outside of the United States of America. So it really ranges.
Pick one and describe it.
Sorry, come again?
Pick your favorite one.
My favorite one, we've got a woman named Christina Crook. She's based in Canada. She creates a company called JOMO, and it's called The Joy of Missing Out, and she sells courses to to parents and students to help them take part in the joy of missing out rather than FOMO.
Darlene, go ahead.
So at a gut level, I'm wondering, like, would it be better just to walk away from your computer versus engage in a digital platform to manage digital problems, but so do you have stories of how this has helped people?
Yeah, absolutely. I think like screen time is not all bad. Technology is actually in part the solution to our problem of overuse. And we believe that a program like Momentum can A, increase awareness. Most people don't even know what digital wellness is. They don't even know it's a problem. But B, it can really help have those interventions, those mindful moments, those nudges to step away, to incorporate digital wellness. And it doesn't even have to be stepping away, right? It could be changing a meeting from a Zoom meeting to a walk and talk. It could be something as simple as that. You're welcome.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I have more of a resource-related question. So question is, what could you do or couldn't do without winning this resources?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. We have about $500,000 in runway right now. With the $250,000, we'd be able to devote 100% of it to, again, building version 1 of this on top of the Thrive platform. $500,000 is, at our current burn rate, is about 10 months of runway. $250,000 would extend our runway by an additional about 5 months, which would give us the time that we need to actually bring this to life. We're hesitant right now with the runway that we have. We don't believe that we can adequately build this in the time that we need, and so it would help us extend our runway.
Additional questions from the judges? You have some, yeah, you can go ahead, Aaron.
I'm still.
You're on.
We're good? Okay, thank you. Are you also raising additional equity capital right now? Whether or not, I guess, you win the prize money?
We may, depending on if we raise the prize money and if the MVP proves viable, then we will certainly continue to raise capital as much as we need. We've already raised, by the
You
way.
have raised some. Okay,
Yes.
great.
Tyler, any final thoughts? You have 30 seconds.
No, I appreciate everybody listening. Again, you're going to hear some wonderful creators, and I'm just so excited for the movement that is digital wellness. We hope to be a platform that really serves as a shared economy, benefiting all of the creators in the space and impacting millions of lives, not only here in the United States, but around the world. And I think a platform like this allows for that level of personalization and cultural relevancy that expands and it provides the greatest opportunity for impact.
Tyler, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. While the judges collect their thoughts, we will keep trucking along. Our next presentation is from a chat license based in the Netherlands. We have Martina joining us. Please join us on stage.
This is me back in 1993 when I was 10 years old. There was no smartphone ahead of me. And I guess for a lot of you neither when you were 10. This is my son. He's turning 10 next week and his smartphone will come soon. And with him, 150 million kids every year get their first smartphone. A lot of them are falling in a digital deep. They don't know exactly what to do, although they think they know. And with them, their parents as well. And while we note this issue, we see the solutions around us are mainly focusing on restricting, giving it later, controlling them. But none of it is tackling its root cause, which is educate them. We need to teach them how to really behave online. And that's where we come in with Chat License. We built a driver's license for that first smartphone. So for those kids, when they're 9, 10, 11-year-old, when they get the first phone, we're there for them. And it's based on scientific research from Erasmus University, one of the top universities in Europe. They've done a lot of research on how to media empower kids. We bring that to life, and it's basically a combination of modeling, education, and training. And we focus on the full skill set. So it's misinformation, cyberbullying, chatting, gaming, it's all in there to make them equipped to go online. And one of the good things about this research, it's not just the kids. It's also me as a parent. I need to be educated. I don't know what they're doing there. I need to ask them, not only how was your school day today, I need to ask them, how did you score in your FIFA game? Because that's their life. And I cannot do that right now. So I need to be educated so that we can connect the generations, so that all of us can have a better start when we go online. So who are we? I'm Martina. I'm one of the co-founders of Chat License. We have a small core team, which is very international based. I'm living in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The office is based in the Netherlands, and it takes a village to raise a child. We know that as parents, and we build that village around us. So we have scientists, researchers, content producers. We work together with them so that we can focus on our core, on the program. And our mission is to make sure that every child, wherever they are in the world, will have access to this. So we're a social impact-driven business. So we team up with telco companies, with banks, with insurers, with municipalities to make sure that they buy the app from us and give it for free to the end users. So we launched last year with KPN, biggest telco in the Netherlands, straight from the start. We gained traction this year. We had some big names added up there. And we're right now going into Europe with Fairphone and Orange, one of the leading telco companies as well. They're doing a pilot right now. So we know the world is our playground. We build a framework that is easy to localize. And we've done 300K revenue. Sorry, I can't stand here. We've done 300K revenue this year. We secured that already for next year. And we're gaining traction right now with Europe, which is like a potential 600 in Europe and worldwide 200. So if you look at the numbers again, those 150 million kids every single year when they get their new smartphone, we sell our app business to business for €12 a year. That already leads to 1.8 billion revenue yearly. And by creating this global standard together, we can really make an impact there. So as said, this may seem like a success story so far, maybe for you, but it takes a village to raise a child. And I need you in that village as well. Because if my son, he becomes a teen, he needs different content at that time. And I also have a daughter. She has a different way of learning. So we want to make sure that the framework can really be more personalized, AI adapted into it. And above all, we want to make sure that we're really advancing this mental health for this next generation. They deserve a better start. So I hope you're with us. Thank you.
We have time for questions. Nice timekeeping. Go ahead, Paul.
Down at the level of the child actually interacting on it, and obviously the parents are involved. So talk me through how that happens. Is the child's using it? Is there something, information going to the parent as well, or what?
In the app, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a game for the kids. So the parent is actually getting the access, because mainly you not always buy a new phone when you have a kid, but you do get a SIM card. So the parent will buy the SIM card, they get access to the app, and they will add their child to it. There are two different levels for parents and for kids. The kids go into the game and the parents go in their parent platform. And it will be connected here and there to be asked questions like, oh, this is maybe a good question for you to ask now. This is something you can do later. And it will be, it's purely education. So it's not controlling them. It's like having that conversation at home. I think that's the start already. That a lot of people don't know is that I just need to ask those questions, and that I don't know because I never played Minecraft. So how would I know? I need to know more about it. Does that answer it? Yeah, go.
Thank you for that explanation of the parent track. I'm interested in what the child track is. So you're using, can you tell me a little bit more about what that child track is, and how are you positioning getting their license as something that's desirable?
So we say it will be the first app on every single phone. So before you install any other app, you get the chat license on it. And then we say like, okay, let kids go through this program. As a parent, you read about it, you read about the apps, and you say like, if my kid is finishing this, he gets access to certain kind of apps. And we have 4 skill sets. You see that here. It's sanity, safety, creator, chat. And it involves all the different topics that it's not me deciding this, but this is like the media literacy literature about it. That's like, this is the things you need to know. and then you can get started. But meanwhile, in the year, we're also going back to them because learning is not just a one single thing. It's about doing.
We use mini games, videos, some of
Yeah,
these things that
so
are
we
seen
use-
to
yes,
teach these.
Animation,
points of
drama
view.
series, explainers, and quizzes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Going back to your distribution model.
Yeah.
So you partner with telcos,
Yes.
banks, and different folks.
Yeah.
Do you imagine there being a standardized distribution strategy? Or I'm imagining like a driver's license system
Yeah.
has a
Yeah.
unified standardized system. You have a variety of different customers that you're going through. How do you see that evolving?
Yeah, so we definitely, it's a good question. We definitely see that. And right now we're using the Netherlands as a really, like, I know it's our start. It's a blueprint there. We see a lot of traction actually from a lot of companies that want to be involved. So for us, it's really important that we are gaining access to everyone, while it's not just KPN at this moment, because that's a high-end telco. So that's why we said Rotterdam, when they came to us, we're based there. Definitely give it to all your end of the year elementary kids, because it's making sure that we can gain traction. I would say the ideal picture is that in every country you will have a coalition, and to make sure that it's a teamwork, and we already see that happening right now as well, that it's not a competition. We all have the same end goal there. Yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
Did I read that correctly that you have 4 million?
1.8, no.
1.8? Okay, that was the where you're
No,
going.
no.
Okay,
It's-
got it.
The
Thank you.
potential market yearly is 1.8 if we only keep because it's a low price now, right? It's only €12 a year. It's €1 a month. If you do that for all those 150 million kids,
How many users do you have right now?
yeah, it's in the Netherlands. We have like 70% market share of this. There's 60 million people there. So we have €300,000 revenue from the Netherlands, which is only 150,000 kids. And then 70% of that is only now accessible with those 300.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, this is the Netherlands only. Yes, yeah. So we do see like the numbers in France, which will be 6 times the Netherlands, is obviously going to be bigger there. So we do see a lot of potential of those companies wanting to pay for it as well. But for us, it's important that the kids and the end users are getting it for free, because it's education, and we know it's our mission to make sure that everybody has access to it. Yeah.
Dr. Mamoon first. Sorry, Aaron. Oh.
Sorry, thank you for the presentation. It looks interesting. My question is, what is your end goal? Where do you want to be from now, say, in 3 or 5 years' time? And how do you measure your success on that?
Yeah, so we want to be the global standard for whenever a kid gets the first phone. It's like like you never will drive in a car without a driver's license. Well, no, there was a few, but we want to be that standard for the smartphone. Yeah. So everyone first get your chat license.
Wonderful. That puts us at time. Thank you so much, Martina.
Thank you.
And I'm happy that we're also, I am really sorry. We're also getting some questions from online, which we'll be sure to forward as well to the judges as well as to the speakers, so that those questions are not in vain. And we'll make sure that those find the right answers as well. But thank you for your engagement online as well. We are right on to the next one, keeping track. I had both of you on here, but it's just Adrian, correct? Yeah.
And that is not the background. Oh, that's your slide. That's not my presentation.
That's just my.
Yes, it's me. It's me.
This is just because my brain works differently. I get confusing notes in front of me, but this is what's up there. Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, we have also based in the United States, Bottled, and Adrian here to present. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Oh, that's it. Hi, I'm Adrian Rubio. I'm the CEO, co-founder of Bottled, the social kindness app. Social media is killing us. Beyond promoting disinformation, division, and increasing isolation and loneliness, it is also it increases loneliness, which is a global public health threat. It is a crisis in the US, and it's an emergency here in Silicon Valley. It disproportionately affects introverts who make 40% of the world and the socially marginalized. And furthermore, it gets worse with each passing generation to the point that today, 79% of Gen Z adults feel lonely. And that's where Bottle comes in. Our mission is to alleviate loneliness, focusing on Gen Zs and millennials.
Looking for an app to make friends and have meaningful conversations? Join Bottled Message in a Bottle and chat with people from all over the world. It's simple. Write a nice letter, put it in a bottle, and throw it out to the sea. Someone, somewhere in the world will open it, read your message, and decide to chat with you or to put it back in the ocean for someone else. Create your own avatar, personalize your island, and have fun creating challenges and sending and receiving virtual gifts with your new friends. Bottled is building a positive and supportive community away from the fake happy and toxicity prevalent in other social media. Bottled Message in a Bottle.
You can see what we do is gamify the process of making friends to make that one-on-one connection in an environment that promotes kindness. We also leverage AI to make that human connection for those that are shy or lost for words. Our AI Cheeky Captain, it's all pirate theme, helps people create that message in a bottle using their profile information, their interest, what they want to say, and in what tone they want to say it. And next in the roadmap is creating an AI pet that will not only moderate between me and my newfound friend, but will also suggest topics of conversation and mini games. We are welcoming an impactful platform. We have a negligible amount of objectionable content and a very healthy 50 female to male ratio. Furthermore, more importantly, 84% of our users reporting finding a good friend on Bottle. 82% say that Bottle makes them feel more connected and helps them when feeling lonely. About traction, we have 180,000 monthly active users, and we help 40,000 people every day. Again, 40,000 people every day. And we get about 2,000 daily new with no marketing spend. We're monetizable, we have revenue. 70% of the revenue comes from in-app purchases. That is people being kind to each other, sending each other gifts, and personalizing their avatars. We're sticky. We have, out of that revenue, 33% is in subscriptions, and we're scalable. We have done user acquisition tests where our return, our ROAS is between 2 and 4. In our last release, we achieved higher daily engagement than Instagram, that is more than 30 minutes a day. In summary, we are a proven and scalable alternative to toxic social media, but Bottle is focused on bringing out the best in us rather than the worst. Bottle was originally created by my co-founder, Pierre Delannoy, who was the creator of Honey, the #1 couples app in France. Pierre created Bottle out of a personal project. He's an introvert and created it for himself. As the app grew, he decided to do this full time and create a company, and that's where I came in. My background is in business and product development in a number of mobile content and mobile advertising companies in New York. And we would use the funds to do faster iterations to bring Bottle into the mainstream and reach the over 3 billion people in the world that are our target market. We are Bottled, the the app for social kindness, or I got a bit distracted there, and a place where everybody feels welcome and more connected. Thank you. I had 10 more seconds to say that again.
All right, judges. Where's the mic? Yeah, Paul, go ahead.
On a typical day, how many bottles don't get opened?
Good question. About 70% of the bottles get a response, because that's precisely, it's a very good question. If I'm an introvert and I put myself out there online and I don't get a response, it digs me deeper into that loneliness. And that's the key to our mechanics. Why it works is that if I send the bottle and people don't respond to my bottle, it goes to someone else and someone else and someone else. And that's where we have a very high level of response. Because if my message doesn't resonate with you, it may resonate with somebody else. So yes, a very high percentage, I think, depending on the day, because it varies, but it's over 80%.
So if a single individual gets into a pattern where they have bottles not answered?
Sorry?
If
Yes,
it's,
there
do you have something that flags that?
that bottles that don't eat.
No, a single
yes.
individual, they keep sending messages, nobody answers.
But the difference between Bottle and other social media is that it's not swipe, 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 or right. You know, you have to think about your bottle. You get a new bottle every 4 hours, so you better think about what you're doing this time and make sure that you're saying something genuine, so that it will resonate with somebody else. And that's the whole idea, that people give a little bit more time to connect with somebody else. So yes, if my bottle doesn't resonate with somebody, it tells me it went from Joe to Lily, and after 4 days it gets drowned, and it notifies you that it gets drowned.
Someone else.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Ask that question or different question? What is the age distribution of users?
Great question. Yes, 85% of our users are between 18 and 30.
Do you allow users under 18 on the app, or it's adults?
Yes, we do, but we have what we call a Chinese wall, so you cannot talk to people under 18 if you are over 18.
Got it.
And it's about 9% of our users are in their teenage years.
What's your geographic distribution?
It's
Where are
very
most of
global.
the bottle throwers from?
Sorry?
Where are most of the people doing
Oh,
bottles
yeah.
from?
So our top 4 geographies are the United States, Turkey, India, and Indonesia. Then comes France, because that's where it started, and UK, and so on.
Do you know, you mentioned that a lot of people feel 82% feel connected. Is that from having someone respond to their bottle, or is it from saying something nice to someone else?
No, this is actual surveys. It is, you know, we do constant, you know, we are not only data driven, but also data informed. So we ask people, because data can give you so much information. So we run surveys with our users, and you tell us, what is it working for you? And actually, the people that are researchers in loneliness, they have a control question that we have, that is, are you lonely? Because nobody likes to say that they're lonely, but are you bored? You know, people are more likely to admit that they're bored, that they're lonely. And, you know, that 92% of people say that bottle helps them with boredom, you know, and basically it is a lot of surveys to get to know more qualitatively what our users are finding value in.
On there. Yeah, I'm just trying to wonder, is it the act of helping someone else or someone helping you that is the what is important?
For them, it's a great question. That's the whole thing. You send a bottle and you receive bottles the same way, you know. And
both,
yeah, exactly. That's the whole idea, to create both ways. And speaking of content, for example, when you and I meet there, you know, we cannot exchange content until we have a two-way trust. You have to activate trust. So even if you trust me, I cannot send you anything until we both activate that trust.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Aaron. There's one there. Yeah.
So the goal is to make good friends, and you've had good results on reported friendships, right?
Yes.
Do the friendships go outside of the app? So is the goal for people to make friends in person and actually reduce gets outside the anonymity that you provide? Or
yeah.
does it remain inside the anonymous?
It's a good question. It's most of the people will never meet in real life, but they are very kind to each other. We always say that if you put the right tools into people, they can show you how kind they can be, as opposed to how vile they can be if you go to Twitter or something like that. And yes, 99% of the people never meet in real life, but there are some that do. And the cool thing is that they post it on the app, you know, the bottle friends, and most of the time, a lot of the appeal is that they're international. And obviously we grew a lot during the pandemic. We have kept growing, you know, as you know, loneliness did not go away with the pandemic, but, you know, people will tell us, now I have a friend in Brazil, and with the pandemic, this is the way I travel, you know, so.
Sorry, thank you. I think this looks like a very innovative idea. So my two question is, what is your market size you see for this kind of solution, addressing misinformation, and at the same time, how do you market this? How do you go to the people?
Yeah, so far it's all been organic. You know, we haven't spent money on advertising. You know, it's again, we ask our users, how do you find the app? It's a friend told me, a friend told me, a friend told me. But as opposed to social media, this is people that you don't know, right? That's what you cannot, like other social media says, oh, bring your friends. It's like, first of all, I'm here because I don't have friends, you know, and secondly, it's the, you know, you don't have that sort of, you call it like natural virality that can also, you know, be a detriment if you are sharing things that you don't feel comfortable sharing in normal social media.
That puts us at time. Adrian, thank you so much. All right, moving right along, we have next up, and so this was the first three. We're have three more before we have a little break. You have a clicker coming to you right there. Perfect. So next up, based in Chile, Daniel is here to speak to us on Educom Lab. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I have a question for this audience. What do you think? Is there a relationship between Facebook use and divorce rate in US? Because that was my first research question 12 years ago when I finished my PhD. And the result was published in a very good journal and was the first paper to show the relationship between Facebook use and an increase on the divorce rate in US. And after that, I continued doing research for the next 8 years. I don't know. Green, green, green. Oh, that works. So for the next 8 years, I continued doing research showing how social media were affecting specifically young people. And many schools in Chile, after I started publishing, they start, Daniel, could you talk to them and explain them what is happening? And I went there. I was so motivated to talk to them. And you know the result? Zero. They were even looking at their phones while I was talking. Why? Because I focused on the wrong problem. When I was talking about the bad things about social media, for them, social media was the solution. I feel bad with myself. Wow, I will create a perfect profile. I will so lonely, I will feel so lonely. So I'm going to make friends online. So what did I do? I focus on the root, on the problem, the source on the problem, the well-being. I try to fill the gap. I try to close all what they think, so we focus on well-being. What does it mean? Let me give you an example. The PERMA model is maybe the most important one in the education and shows that people with well-being, they have positive emotions, engagement. So let's try to see what happens in social media with the positive emotions. How are they going to feel good if they create through filters an ideal self? They're all the time comparing with something that doesn't exist. Engagement. Engagement is to feel the present, to be connected. How are you going to be connected if you're in a system with all the time that is going to call you and to focus on what you are not doing, what you're lacking? So relationships. Research shows that relationships in social media are superficial and also with less commitment. Even there is a word, ghosting, disappear. So that creates anxiety. So, and also meaning. People with well-being, they have a meaning. The last research shows that in Chile and in South America, people want to be YouTubers, influencers. Their goal of life is to get like from others. How are you going to find meaning on that? And finally, accomplishment, to get things done. Last research showed that they spend after school between 6 and 8 hours. How much time you have to do things. So we decide to go to the root of the things and to show them how to fill that gap through well-being. And we created a platform that teach students with edutainment-based classes, more than 200 in a curriculum, different challenges that they have to overcome. And teachers are very happy, as I'm going to show you. For parents, we created an environment in order that they can regulate all the digital tools at home. And we have also a digital detox program of 2 weeks for them. And for school administration, you have all the instruments to measure that challenges and how they are using. But more important, let's celebrate together. We have more than 45,000 students in the platform. All the students, all the teachers, although everyone is happy with it, students have more knowledge, they have less conflict, and parents get control on their house for $15 per year per student, and we have 22 annual retention. Of course, there is a competition. Always there is a competition. But we are growing. And we are doing a lot of things. We started in Chile and Mexico. Now we are in Spain. And with your help, you are going to be in US. We need to adapt the curriculum for the American in order to validate the model for the rest of the world. There is a lot of market. And we have a great team. But we need 3 more people in order to get the things done here. Thank you very much. I lost it.
Questions?
Thank you, Daniel. So your product specifically is the classes that you're providing.
So there are 3 different services.
Yeah.
One is a curriculum with more than 200 classes in an edutainment format in order that people get engaged, students get engaged with the teachers. Then you have in the same platform access for parents. They have a digital detox program. They also have a digital environment in order to control, to regulate through different parental access, like filters, how they can manage all the devices at home. And also for the school administration, they have all the different instruments in order to measure how the kids are doing, the social connection, how they, the cyberbullying, and different instruments in order for them.
Wonderful. So, so your client is the school district, or your clients are the schools.
Yes.
And how are you imagining selling into the U.S. school system? Is that the people that you're looking for?
Yes. We need to adapt. We need to test. We need here, as you can see, we need really to pilot here as well, because we don't know so much about American culture, and that needs to be like to fit with what the schools needs. We have these 200 classes, and they are very good. In Chile, they started. Then in Mexico, we need to make a few changes. Now in Spain, we are adapting again. And for US, there are different aspects. The basic is very similar. The challenges here and in Chile are very similar, but the cultural aspects are very different, and we need to adapt.
Sorry, thank you. So my question is, what kind of user base you currently have, and what you are projecting for next 2-3 years' time?
For what, could you give me an example?
So I think that the question is, what you are projecting, or how many, what is the market size you are seeing on the platform?
The market size is huge. I mean, doesn't even have, all the students. In South America, we are focusing on most of the private schools for different reasons. But here in US, public and private, all of them can pay $15 per year. The price, it's in order to get to everyone. Yes.
On a slightly different question, the gap you see in your show us in your team, your idea is to use that to fill the gap, or what is the purpose?
We have yes. So for the team, we would like to do 2 things. The first one is to improve the the notification system that alert people, like in the school with all the risk, is not so good. We would love to have, like, to put a little bit more technology in order that they can get better information in real time. Yeah, for example, let me give you one example. This year, we prevent that a girl commits suicide because they made, I don't know if you're familiar with the educational tools, but the sociogram, where they can see all the social relationships that they have. And in one school, they saw there was a girl that was really alone. So they made a trip, and the principal told one of the teachers, please look at this girl because she's really alone. And when in the trip, disappear someone, they were counting, someone wasn't there, and they were starting to look at that because they know we made the alert for them, and then when they found it, it was almost like dead. So we could save lives. That's our goal, and that's one example that we would like to improve.
So schools are your clients. Who at the school is the decision maker?
So the principal, but in many schools, mainly in Mexico, and in Chile, all the schools, they pay the school by themselves through the principal. But in many schools in Mexico, parents pay the $15. Depends on the school and the format. But anyway, with two, both works well. Yes. We have the system in order to receive payment for each parent as well.
Daniel, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm just going to stay down here because otherwise it's just doing two more before we have a little networking break. The next up, there you are, we have Joe from Singapore talking to us about Manga Chat. Do you have the clicker? No, it is over there. I will, right there. All right, well, Joe, floor is all yours. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joe Fang. I'm co-founder and CEO of Manga Chat. In Asia, many of us were raised to believe that showing our emotions was a sign of failure or weakness. Because of this, children learn to keep their feelings hidden, leading to so many hidden struggles and mental health issues. And it's getting worse because there's a serious shortage of mental health professionals. In Asia, there are fewer than 3 psychologists per 100,000 people, which is 100 times fewer than that in the US. And because of this lack of support, combined with the stigma around mental health, so creates an environment where misinformation, cyberbullying, and social disconnection are on the rise. So that's why we created Manga Chat, a platform born from a belief that every child deserves a place to express themselves without fear. So what's Manga Chat? Manga Chat is an AI-powered, art-driven journaling platform for kids aged 8 to 12. We gamify cognitive behavior therapy, or CBT, which is well-known psychotherapy, into 3 steps of art creation process. On Manga Chat, children journal about their feelings and labeling their emotions and coping strategies, and then AI will turn their words into comics. So while they're feeling like they're creating comics, they are actually experiencing CBT. CBT can strengthen your prefrontal cortex, and it's like you're building up your mental muscle against challenges. So the more you journal about your feeling on Manga Chat, the better your emotional regulation ability can improve. On our backend, we have created an AI for parents and teachers to support them to better understand their children when their children are facing with difficulties or negative emotions. Okay, so what we do is actually take advantage of the popularity of manga in Asia to transform it into a solution for a critical need. So its market potential is huge, and we can see it can rapidly grow in the future. Our business model is basically B2B, targeting schools and mental health institutions. And for the next year, we will have a new B2C model for parents. Okay, here is our traction. So far, 126 schools, including the whole city in Taiwan, have adopted our paid service. And Manga Chat now has more than 100,000 registered users and more than 500,000 journal entries, demonstrate its growth and impact. And since 2020, we have created revenue up to $520,000 in revenue. And also we got 75% the retention rate this year. And just spent 4 months in Singapore, now we have signed 5 MOU. The reason why we can replicate this model so quickly is because that we have data and we have numbers. In our recent study regarding children with emotional disorder, like ADHD or autism, we combine Manga Chat with regular counseling, and the impact was significant. For those people using Manga Chat, all 5 social emotional competency improved within 1 month by 23% to 32%. So our competitive advantage is not just we are child-centered AI approach, but also our solution is evidence-based and the outcome is measurable. All right, here's our team. In addition to my 10 years as a university professor in medical informatics, I'm also an amateur comic artist. And also we have Renee, previous policymaker in Singapore's MOE, and he can have a lot of connection in Singapore and help us to penetrate other market in Southeast Asia. Okay, so looking ahead, with your support, our goal is to reach 10 countries and 1 million users in the upcoming 3 years. And we will use AI localization and data we collect to support research on our home-based CBT for children with ADHD, aiming to lower their treatment wait times and cost. By creating safe spaces for children's emotional growth, we want to empower more lives. Thank you.
Judges.
Great. On the Manga Chat Plus support, therapy support, in your rollout, do you have a way for therapists to use it? Like, do you have a guide? Like, how do you see, I can see that it's individually used, but how do you see making that connection where kids also get support while they're using it?
So right now, the kids get support in most of them are from special education needs. So usually there is a school counselor, and also there's a special need class teacher who can help the students. Yeah. And usually they will, the teacher will help refer the message to the children's parents.
But, your study said that with therapy and Manga Chat, you really saw the shift.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm super familiar with CBT, and so I love this. So, but my question is, on the rollout, how do you imagine, or do you have a thought about how you would encourage that dual hit between the Manga Chat and the therapy support to be something that other people could adopt in different places? Like, do you have a guide for therapists or?
So I imagine that under what kinds of scenario that we could apply Manga Chat to therapeutic condition. Is that correct?
Yeah, and helping therapists use it. or helping basically because it's like that powerful connection is the combination of the two.
Yes, I'm not sure if you don't, if you know that if you want to book a schedule with therapist, usually you need to go through a very long period of time. So at least 40 weeks. So before that, it is a good time of the parents to use Manga Chat at home. At least they can receive some CBT practice with their kids. Yeah.
Paul?
You mentioned 520K in revenue. Was that from 20 to 24, or what's your annual revenue look like?
Well, it's from 2020 to date. And
that's half 520 for all 4 years.
Yes,
But
yes.
not, what does annual growth look like?
Okay. It's go up and down. I will have to say for the first 2 years, we need to get some of the revenue come from like governmental grants for research, and some of the revenue come from like project base. So yeah, yeah.
Thanks, Joe. I'm curious, given the culture that you described earlier around mental health in the areas you're talking about, what has the reception been like in the channels that you're providing this through, from the schools or officials or the professionals?
In Taiwan right now, we start from schools, especially for those special education needs schools, because they need to apply inclusive education. But in Singapore, we start from educational NGO, especially NGO fund after schools. So we start from that, start to accumulate our credit and our trust, and our next step will be penetrate the international and private school sectors.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. We can give that to the next person. All right, we have one more before we take a break. So thank you for the name of your company that I have no idea how to pronounce. We go back to Chile with Melania talking to us about food. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melania Sangüesa, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Mood, your ally in school well-being. Now, please imagine if someone you loved was facing this daily. You are such a loser. No one wants to sit with you. I hate you. Sadly, 1 in 3 students has to face this every single day. Research shows that kids who are bullied online are 4 times more likely to hurt themselves or even think about suicide. In fact, 93% of these students say it leaves them feeling sad and hopeless, and 2/3 of students say that cyberbullying makes it really hard to learn and feel safe at school. Yet, school, the place where they should feel safe, struggles to prevent cyberbullying, a silent enemy that follows them everywhere, right in the palm of their hands. So we decided to make this hidden threat visible and equip schools to see what's beneath the surface. And that's why we created Mood, not just an app, but a lifeline. Mood provides real-time insights into the students' emotional states. Using AI to uncover hidden distress patterns, it enables schools to identify early signs of stress, cyberbullying, or anxiety and intervene before issues escalate. Now, how does it work? Well, every day, students do a quick emotional check-in. It is a simple yet powerful process that builds their self-awareness and emotional literacy over time. They can also chat with Moody, or AI companion who offers them support and offers them companionship through their daily tasks. And behind the scenes, Mood's AI analyzes this data in real time and identify early patterns of distress, cyberbullying, or anxiety, and it alerts their teachers by flagging students in need of extra support. Now, this doesn't stop there. Mood provides teachers with tailored strategies to support their students in and take actions before things escalate. Now, the need for mental health support in schools is vast, with over a $4 billion opportunity in English and Spanish-speaking countries. Our immediate focus, though, is on K-12 markets in Latin America, where we can make a direct and meaningful impact. And from there, we'll expand to the US and reach bilingual and English language learner students who are often underserved in this area. So how do we tap into this market? Our model is simple. We charge $20 per student a year and make the app accessible to all. Now, we are happy to share that since launching last year, we have gained over 4,000 users across 10 schools and achieved an annual recurring revenue of $80,000. But actually, this is not our most important metric. It is that, thanks to Mood, we have helped save the life of a little girl who was silently struggling and thinking about taking her own life. And for that is priceless. Now, Mood stands out precisely by being school-centered and offering authentic Spanish content. Our AI-driven real-time data allows schools to be proactive instead of reactive and support their students to feel safe and understood. And this is just the beginning. In the next 5 years, we aim to impact over 1 million students, addressing the silent threats that harm students' well-being every single day. And we have the best team to create this global impact, equipped with expertise in education, technology, psychology, and social emotional learning that helps us address the unique needs of schools and combat these silent threats. This is why winning the Global Impact Challenge would be a game changer for us. With your support, we can deepen our research, enhance our technology, and expand our reach, ensuring that no student's well-being is left behind. Because with Mood, we're not just fighting cyberbullying. We are supporting students to take control of their emotional well-being, one mood at a time. Thank you.
Judges. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. How do you think about like the privacy of students or young people? Because they're sharing very sensitive information to an AI, right? But then it's being given to teachers and parents. Like, it's different from what I grew up with. So I'm wondering, how do you think about that?
Yes, the information for the students is completely private and confidential. What we do give to the teachers is the flag or the alert that say that student is like having an emotional crisis, so they can intervene and use the technology to alert them, and they can also bring their like expertise in education and psychology and help them in the right way.
Thank you. I think my question is a bit of it on the technical side. You mentioned a few times about the using AI. So my question is this something off the shelf, using some third-party AI tool to do that, or this is something you designed in-house? Also, in connection to that, if you are using some sort of AI tool, what kind of data you use to train that kind of model?
Yes, and to answer the question, it is both. We use our own and third parties. Specifically, we use semantic AI to analyze what the students like write in the app. And then we train the model to see an alert and identify early signs of distress, cyberbullying, anxiety, and different signs of mental health. And we also have third parties integrated into the app because, yes, we don't have to invent the wheel. We just have to use what's available.
Sorry, slightly different question. How many languages does it work? Is it just on English or?
It's in Spanish and in English right now.
Thank you.
What's the target age range of the students?
We work in K-12 for
K-12?
Yes,
Okay.
for kids who are like younger, they work with their parents, and from 13 and up, they work like themselves with the app.
Can you mentioned that you saved one life, and I don't want you to violate the confidentiality of that, but so a 13-year-old boy interacts with the app and says, I think I'm going to kill myself because my friend doesn't like me. What happens next?
The app sends an alert, and we add to their head teacher.
And what does the alert say?
It says suicidal thoughts.
Goes to, give me a little flavor of the details.
Yes, it goes to their head teacher and the school counselor. And we also have a team that's analyzing the data and provides like more push for the information in case it is that pressing.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Aaron. Yeah, you have, you can do one more. Sorry.
Thank you. Could you go back to your growth projection slide? Awesome, thank you. And I guess the question is the geographic rollout of how you're imagining kind of your current market and then which markets you're going to next, which countries.
Yes, for us right now is focused on Latin America, and then we'll go to Spanish-speaking countries, especially the US, focus on bilingual and English language learner students, then like the whole US, and then Canada, the UK, where we already have some connections, and go from there.
Got it. And is the projections anticipating the same revenue model scale?
No, right now, these projections are bootstrapping. We are only bootstrapping so far. So yes, it doesn't involve investment, right, so far.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit about your team for your rollout into the US?
Well, the team that we will require.
Yeah, like who's on your team now, and is anyone going to come here for your rollout?
Yes, actually, in our team, Steve and Lily are both from the US. Lily is an expert in product development and in social emotional learning. And Steve has knowledge, like he worked in the major distribution books companies in the world, and he has expertise in Latin America and the US. Thank you.
Melania, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we are coming up on a little break. Sorry, I didn't mean to announce a break just yet. So not leaving yet. I just wanted to point out something as we're breaking both here and online. As you know, we have a couple hundred people watching online as well. So I just wanted to set some context. As you may imagine, if you've not been to Singularity before, Singularity is very much a place that just by the let's say the nature of the ideas that we talk about here, it attracts a certain type of person, and it attracts a certain type of individual that thinks about technology, that thinks about solving problems with technology, and it more than we ourselves breeds a community, right? And so what you'll find at any Singularity event, and I hope you'll lean into this during the break, is that you will find like-minded people here, whether you're here with us in person or if you're joining us on the 3 different platforms that we have, of like a couple hundred people joining us virtually, is a great opportunity to connect. Even if we only had like half an hour of content, we would always build in some networking because Singularity is just that kind of place. Now, I know many of our Singularity staff members, as well as many Singularity experts, are also joining us online. So I would very much invite everyone that is online. I don't know if, I've seen the Zoom chat. I don't know if the YouTube chat is on, but in any case, if there's a chat available, go and introduce yourself to the people while we go for a physical break here. But similarly here, you'll see that an event like this or a place like Singularity will always continue bringing people together. I'm looking at Brad and Catherine, who taught me when I was at Singularity for the first time, actually with Nicole. Nicole and I were in the same cohort back in 2015. I'm seeing Alex Dantes, who runs a co-working space for hardware startups in Oakland, and now here too, right? Congrats. Which is another reason, sort of like, it's really bringing people together along these similar ideas. So we have them. I see my co-facilitator, Aaron Frank, who I will be facilitating the Sunday starting EP with. So I just wanted to point that out, is that This is very much a community that sustains itself on the basis of the ideas that we talk about here. So I hope you'll lean into that as we go for a break, which is really because we get to create solutions together along those thoughts and along those philosophies that come out of looking at technology in that way. I can point out, like, Mikhail's here. It's very fun for me as well to see all these people. Manny's here. Manny saw me in 2015. And so I hope you'll lean into that community, whether that means you're with us here in person or whether you're in one of the 3 platforms that we have you joining us online. So with that, we're going to go for a break. We are going to be back here at 6:45. So 6:45, back here for our final 4 pitches. All right, see you then. I am sorry.
بمدى سرعتنا في تنمية العقول
I forgot to announce this. I got caught up in the moment. I am really sorry. I'm gonna, ask you to start again because I got caught up in the moment of my own excitement. I just wanted to lay the foundation for the video we have, which is on Ithra, which is the sort of like overarching organization around Sync. So there's a video here for 3 minutes that we'll show as we go out to break, just to provide a bit more context. I got caught up there. My bad. Go for it. Thank you.
وسيكون المستقبل مرهونا بمدى سرعتنا في تنمية العقول المبدعة والخلاقة.
المستقبل والجدول في طريق التنمية والتحديث والترفيه المستمر.
هنا الطاقة الحقيقية والقوة الحقيقية لتحقيق هذه الرؤية. هي أهم ميزة بالنسبة لدى السعودية هي الطاقة الشبابية اللي فيها.
يسرني الإعلان عن البرنامج الوطني لإثراء المحتوى الإبداعي والثقافي.
نفس الأرض اللي انطلقت منها طاقة ساهمت في نهضة المملكة أو ساهمت في نهضة صناعات عالمية على مستوى العالم، يكون هذا المكان اللي يشهد انطلاقة لنوع ثاني من الطاقة اللي تعتمد على طاقة البشر، على نشر المعرفة والثقافة، تحفيز الإبداع، التواصل الحضاري الثقافي.
ما سيقوم به مركز إثرا من تشجيع صناعة الأفلام والسينما في المملكة العربية السعودية. كل اللي أقدر أقوله في الحقيقة إني شكرا وإني فخور إنه هل الصرح هذا الشامل في بلدي.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time for us to get to our next set of pitches. I see one of our judges out there still chit-chatting. Yep. It's great to call out just the one person I saw through the door. Mamoon Rashid in the house. Perfect. We're missing Darlene Dum. Our judges. Once the judges aren't here, we're starting. So if anyone's out there and doesn't want to miss a pitch, it's now or never. Oh, it's Sarah who is chatting with Darlene, holding us up. The absolute irony of me being all about, oh yeah, Singularity is a community. You get 20 minutes to do it, and then we're back on track. It's like, yeah, it's so great to make connections, but I'm going to rudely interrupt you making those connections and getting you back to our next set of pitches. I see the Circuit Launch team out there. Alex Dantas I can call out. That's always a good one. No, I'm just going to call people. See, Alex Dantas is back in here. He's always a community leader, so you know he's going to draw people in. Who else I see? Oh, Mikhail. Mikhail. Yeah, I thought you looked familiar. She says, Mikhail. Who else do we have? Okay, do we have complete judges? Oh my gosh, this is like herding cats. Paul Sappho. We have quorum on our judges, which means, oh gosh, so much socializing. We lost another judge. Okay, once you sit down, no more judges can get up. You're the most important part of the audience here, so no more musical chairs. We are going to continue as we have more people trickling in. Thank you, Mikhail, for joining us. With our next couple pitches, we have 4 more pitches to go. I also know there's people that are in the room here who are also now joining the chat online in order to be able to send messages back and forth. Quite a technology solution, if I may say so myself. So do continue, make use of that multimedia approach. But in the meantime, we are going to move on and present to our judges our next pitch. We are, oh, let me grab my cards. We are going to Portugal now. We are really all over the world. And we have Felipe, who is joining us to talk about Vlight. Right now, stage is all yours.
Hello, I'm Felipe, the CEO and founder of Vlight. As a consultant of the UN headquarters dealing with the misinformation and other information disorders, I've seen the deadly impact of misinformation in places like Haiti during the cholera outbreak, refugees crisis in Ukraine, and now recently with the Sudan crisis. And the thing is not only about to identify the misinformation, the system doesn't work. Organizations like USAID and even the UN, they put lots of money to identify the misinformation, but people doesn't know how to deal with it. Today, what we think is that we can use the technology, and in our platform, we use the AI to classify the misinformation, but the magical thing is the AI assistants that empower the communities to deal with it. We have this case, we have Nicole, which is a vaccine misinformation assistant connected to a knowledge base with the information from research papers, Archivex, behavioral economics stuff. And the technology is not the solution. The solution is people. This is me last month in Uzbekistan doing the deployment of the platform. 2 doctors from remote areas of Uzbekistan working with AI assistants on their own language, Uzbek language in Cyrillic alphabet. Very, very happy. This lady was the first time that created an email account to log in on the platform. Doctor, So it was something emotional to see how technology can be used to make the things happening, not only to identify the misinformation, but also to empower people all over the world with the information that we have now. We have a team, and we look to this. We have the skills, the machine learning, the AI skills, the data analysis, but we look also to the diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have my COO and co-founder, Vivian, and we try to keep it balanced. Our market opportunity. We work mostly, we are a B2B company. We work with NGOs, government, UN agencies, and the market is huge, 425 billion market in 2024. Other big number with social media analytics with 5.5 billion mark by 2028. And the AI for social impact is growing so fast. When we look to the competition, we work in the very, very specific niche. We have the ones who deal with misinformation generally, so they identify the misinformation. And the other ones who deploy AI assistants. What we do is the conversion of both to make it available and accessible to communities all over the world, from the global north to global south. We worked already in a different business model because the platform is something new. We just released last year, but as a consultant and as a report-based business model, we work with more than 30 clients in more than 60 countries in climate justice, democracy, human rights, hate speech, with very big brands on the field. But working with these brands like Amnesty, Greenpeace, and so on, it demands a lot of attention to AI ethical, responsible use of technology, because the sector is still on the state of fear of the use of it. So we need to facilitate and keep our ethical standards very, very high. Our business model, basically we have three potential revenue streams. The SaaS model with different tiers, basic, professional, and enterprise. Data as a service also we can develop specific reports and informs on different moments like regarding climate change. Now comes the COP30 conference or the COP29. We can deploy this kind of analysis and information about misinformation, and the strategic partnerships for scalability, which are with the governments and global organizations. Our project financials, we are starting it slowly, and these numbers are based in basically the network that we have already, working with the organizations and governments that we work with already, which are global. We are seeking for funding, and we understood that we don't know everything. So we applied also to the Y Combinator, to the tech stars to learn how to grow the business. But still, we are pretty confident with those figures, and with the right investment, we can grow even more.
Overtime, in fact. So I'm going to stop you there because we have questions from the judges.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you for that. You had 10 minutes. You are more than half. Microphone's there. Yeah, go ahead, Darlene.
How do you know what is misinformation and not?
So I did it a lot manually during and then we found that exists several databases of misinformation, public databases from the WHO. It is related to immunization or health-related issues. In Kaggle exists some free open source databases that we can use. And what we do when we identify potential misinformation or any potential harmful narrative, what we do, we give the option to reclassify. So the user, the people who is dealing with the misinformation, can reclassify.
Sorry, just to link to that question. So any misinformation detection platform or the solution is based on what is your training data set you use to train the model to identify what is the next information is a misinformation or the right or wrong. So do you really, how do you create that kind of data set? It's a bit of a technical question, but what kind of, if you are taking some off-the-shelf data from WHO, there's a different story. Do you have mechanism in place within the organization?
What we do to collect the data, we have
not the collecting data, the model you train on, are you absolutely based on publicly available data, or you also do some training internally too?
We do some training, and we are using much more now generative AI, as it's simply it's more affordable to do. And what we do, we believe on this collaborative governance. So the different organizations which we work with, they can contribute to the classification also.
Okay, thank you. I think if you are using the generative AI, then obviously your performance much depends on what kind of data generative AI is giving you to train the model. I think, yeah. Thank you.
And then you feed the model again with the misinformation that we identify.
Thank you.
So so your current clients are people who get your reports on sort of like the data, and these are the clients that you're looking to convert to use the assistance. Is that?
Yes. Now we have our we have already clients that they are using the platform. So the platform is a combination of the misinformation detection and then the assistance to produce the counter narratives and the counter narratives, the engagement strategy. So in this case, in this picture, we have these partnerships with the Dutch foundation is the Change the Game Academy, which are in different places in Africa and Asia. So these people will use the technology.
And for those partnerships, what is your actual pricing model?
Okay, so we have the first one. We have as a SaaS. We have first to start with the we charge $5,000 or 15 or 50, and then we charge on the monthly basis.
And the organization is paying, the NGO or whoever is paying for that cost.
Yes, it's the NGOs and the governments who pay for the cost.
All right, that puts us at time. Felipe, thank you very much. For our next presentation, which was due to be given by Daria, unfortunately, Daria has let us know that she will not be able to present in person. She has, however, submitted a video for the judges' consideration, and so we will watch that together in lieu of her presentation.
I'm a wellness architect at EMO, and today I will present to you e-wellness. In the years before his passing, the legendary scientist Menton Kleins, known for his input in emotion research, shared his wisdom with our founder. Inspired by their profound discussions and the effects of emotional awareness on health, we were moved to build a solution that would allow users to have real-time insights into their emotional well-being through a non-invasive platform. Mental health is in crisis, with millions of people struggling with stress, anxiety, and emotional imbalance. One of the culprits for that is digital overload. Our time online deeply impacts our emotional well-being, yet users lack insights that would show them in real time how their digital interactions affect how they feel. Our solution is eWellness, an innovative app that uses non-intrusive emotion AI to capture browsing experiences, analyze users' gestures, and detect emotions. Real-time metrics allow users to manage their emotional health actively. eWellness helps develop emotional awareness, encouraging users to engage more thoughtfully and less reactively online, which reduces divisive exchanges and can help combat social polarization. Strong emotions can lead users to share content without fact-checking or to absorb it while their judgment is clouded by emotions. E-wellness encourages them to pause and assess before sharing impulsively or internalizing what might be misinformation. E-wellness uses AI models that are trained to detect gestures such as mouse movements and scrolling behavior to infer emotions with 96% accuracy. That is without tracking the eyes, voice, or the face. E-wellness is a privacy-first, GDPR-compliant solution that prioritizes user privacy in every interaction. As the digital wellness grows into a 181 billion market by 2027, there is a rising demand for tools that address emotional well-being. E-wellness is designed for a wide range of users, from individuals to corporate wellness programs, uniquely positioning us in this evolving landscape. Our freemium model makes e-wellness accessible to all, with premium plans offering advanced analytics and enterprise solutions. Revenue comes from B2B offerings, subscription services, and potential licensing of our Emotion AI gesture-based technology. Backed by 3 years of research and development, 6 new patents, 2 of which have been granted, and early feedback from beta users, e-wellness has a tested foundation. Our early adopters report increased productivity and emotional awareness, which validates both our approach and our technology. While there are many mental health apps that focus on meditation or physical activity, e-wellness uniquely addresses emotional well-being in real time. Unlike apps like Headspace or Calm, e-wellness doesn't require user engagement. Instead, it operates seamlessly in the background, analyzing emotions as the user browses. We anticipate 160,000 in revenue in the first year post-launch through subscription services and B2B partnerships, and early stage funding is secured, and we're projecting 10% month-over-month growth. Driving this progress is our team, led by Dr. Alicia Harras, a recognized expert in Emotion AI with groundbreaking patents and over a decade of research experience, supported by digital marketing strategist Kevin Hartman, whose campaigns have earned top industry awards, myself, a UX designer with a background in psychology, and our full stack developer, Prince Ithra, specializing in end-to-end product architecture and reliability. If we win the prize for tonight's challenge, we will invest in accelerating product development, the time for which will be cut in half, and improving our AI algorithm. We will also expand our user base through targeted marketing and awareness campaigns, and will launch pilot programs in schools and workplaces, focusing on improving well-being in these environments. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. I do believe Daria is watching online, so we can send her our best. Next up, we are going to Estonia, and we have Ignat presenting on Passport.G. Welcome.
Thank
Stage is all
you.
yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, dear friends. My name is Ignat Bobrovic, and I'm a founder of Passport.G, gamified security layer. Why do we need a security layer, you may ask? Well, in today, with the rise of technology, AI, and other elements, and also rising political tensions, we need to protect the kids with the most vulnerable online. We face social disconnection with 50% of kids socializing through games. One may say it's good, but it's also bad because kids want to play games, parents want to limit them doing this, and in the end of the day, there is the social gap, the gap which arises. Kids rather talk in games to other people with digital avatars. You don't know who it is, this person, or even AIs instead of real people. Cyber threats are on the rise. More than 70% of kids are exposed to digital threats, starting from small neglectable ones, going to theft of identity, data, money, or even grooming and predation. I advise you Googling grooming on Roblox to see how things can actually go bad. And mental health. Cyberbullying is on the rise, and more than 35% of kids who experienced cyberbullying have expressed the depression. And gaming addiction, it is also there. So how do we solve this? So our ecosystem, gamified ecosystem, is this layer, and it is gamified because yes, still kids are playing games, and we cannot forbid them to do this. But in order to help them, we need to get what they like. In the solution, we have an app for parents. In the app, they have a knowledge and help to understand what's happening and to see the problems. What is more important, they can connect with their kids in a gamified way. So we build the connection, the trusted connection between kids and parents within these apps. Then we have an app for gamers where we teach things like cyber hygiene, cyber security, and others in a gamified way. We took how people are playing in games, like collecting the gold experience, etc., and we do the same for the content. And we have safety and data ownership tools for gamers. And we have a solution dashboard for schools and public institutions, because they're also engaged into the kids' world, right? We provide them from one side the solution to increase their cyber protection, from the other side the tool to integrate esports as the way to fight cyberbullying. I can explain later on how it works. Technology-wise, we have cutting-edge technologies like AI. We use AI in a few elements. We integrate in blockchain from soul-bound token to make identity verification secure. And we want kids to be able to access their data a few years from now. This is why we have a PQC encryption. But we understand that technology is not only good, but it also can be harmful, it can be dangerous. So we are very transparent and very ethical. We recently have had to delete few functions because DDPI has showed that in terms of AI, there are things which can be dangerous in terms of the regulations. We're science-based. We're working with experts and researchers, and we have a secret sauce. We have the experience in esports, which is the most passionate type of sports, of gaming, and this is how we make sure this works. The project was not born yesterday. Myself, I was a victim of bullying. When I was at school, I had very difficult times. I didn't want to go to school. I was in a depression. I wasn't thinking about the suicide. And it was actually esports that has helped me. It was an esports that has helped me to cope with this, that has helped me to build my self-esteem and to, in the end of the day, finishing the school and building my career. So this is why for more than 10 years, I'm focused on working in esports to find in the proper way to help as many people as possible. And last year, I started to write a book with Palgrave Macmillan and Spring in Nature. And while writing this book, I understood a lot of insights because I was doing interviews and researches. And I got a lot of insights, which has helped me to considerably improve the current product and to make it really impactful. We dream big. We're dedicated to protecting as many gamers as possible. With more than 90% of kids playing in games one way or another, the market is huge. Our addressable market is over 50 million kids, and our obtainable market is over $25 million. Our business model is simple in a sense. We bring peace of mind to parents and to stakeholders, and we charge for this. Currently, our core market are B2G, governments and schools, but we see a huge potential to provide this tool to parents directly to pay for the protection. We have validation both in terms of users, revenue, and also we have great partners on board. We do have competitors, and our uniqueness is in the approach that we focus on knowledge and trust, and not surveillance and control like many others, because surveillance and control can work in a short time, but in the long run, it will only teach kids how to overcome this and to make it even worse. Financials, we've been bootstrapping. We got a governmental grant in Estonia, and we got an early-stage investor recently. We have a great team that matches all the competences, including the advisor from Twitch. And how we'll spend money? Well, we will invest money, first of all, to make adaptation of the content and of the app to suit it to Spanish and to Arabic languages, because we have partners from the countries which are waiting for this product, and we still don't have resources ourselves to do this. And we have very tangible plans. So before I wrap up, I would like you to ask yourself a simple question. Are you ready to invest in the safety of children online? If so, this is my email. Please connect with me, and let's build a safer future.
Judges, time for your questions.
Thank you so much. Can you tell me on the part of the product that is directly inside of esports?
Yeah.
Can you tell me how that helps with safety and detoxicity?
So the question is how, so yeah, okay, I guess that's, that slide. So, first of all, the esports, like probably speaking about the esports and cyberbullying, right? How it works for schools. Cyberbullying and bullying in general, this is a group disease. It's like not someone, it's one person, right? So how does it work? So we help schools to form the community and to form the competitions within the classes by forming the team. It's not only the gamer. It's, for example, the person who will do the marketing, the person who will do the design of the team, etc. So this is like grouping people and creating this community engagement. So and from the technological part. So we have our proprietary esports engine, which allows, first of all, to have the esports competitions with the different layers of the engagements, and also it can create custom rankings where people can use the esports as the part of the let's say of the communication and cooperation within the community.
Okay, so what you're doing is you are basically helping schools create games so that they build bonds between people at school, so there's less bullying.
Yeah, so about this specific part, because we're speaking about the schools, right? It's not our core product. It's not our core value proposition. This is just a part of the proposition where we engage the schools. For schools, what we do, we're not creating new games. We leverage what exists in esports. So there is esports, and in esports there are major games, major titles that exist, and there are like, let's say, huge competitions. But there is a huge opportunity actually in this grassroots, because like while almost no one will actually get to the super top level, they can be the best in the school, and already being the best in the school, that already can help them to increase their self-esteem. And
so does this work with like AAA titles? Like, you know, I think you had Fortnite on here somewhere. Like, do you explain to me how this actually interacts with games that the kids are playing?
Yeah, sure. We need to understand that there are a few layers. One is gamified experience and gamified engagement with important content like cyber hygiene, cyber security. This is not directly connected with the game. This is internal gamified experience, and it's an RPG style. We say, like, it's role play game. So you develop, for example, you take the class and you watch the video and you answer the questions on cyber security, and you increase your shield. Your shield is the thing which protects you. Then you have the part with let's say with education. You can gain XPs, and then you have the shield and you have XPs, and you can then either compete with other people. Let's say it can be parent plus kid plus parent plus kid, and then we have the combined XP and rankings, right? And they're engaged. As for the games for the esports, we are working with the major titles which exist there. Some games we have an API connection, some games we don't have an API connection, but it's not that important for our purpose. We're not building global championships with esports. We're helping millions of people through esports, and for that, it's more than enough what we have.
And your market, sorry, I was going to ask, are you in Estonia currently focused? Or?
So no, Estonia is 1.2 million people, right? We recently finished the government project with governmental institution. So we had very narrow focused in terms of content production in Estonian, right? So we are definitely we're focused on a global scale. This week on Sunday we have a call with Kuwait, and we had a call with Saudi Arabia, where people like really want to touch this, but yeah, I mean, our content is in Estonian now, and we don't have now internal resources to invest to come to the market initially. So we need some way to do that.
Moon, final quick question.
Sorry, the last one is, so how far you are in your development process, and also what kind of user base, how many people are actually using the platform already?
Yeah. So in terms of the development, so we need to understand that the product was evolution, as in we had the heritage project, which was pure esports. It was pure esports platform, which was used roughly in 50 countries by different esports federations. But as I said, when I was writing the book, I understood that we need and we can actually to increase our impact. And this is why we turned more towards the cybersecurity and cyberbullying elements, still keeping the competition part. So we have build fully the product. The new product, which I'm describing, is fully live. Now it's in Estonian because it was the governmental Estonian money. But yeah, so this is just so the product is operational. It's ready to expand, and in terms of the user base. So as I said, we had more than 100,000 gamer IDs being issued, but it was this was not fully this value proposition. It was with a pure gaming. It was identity. So you see the name of the project, Passport.G. The whole idea to build the passport of good gamer, previously it was a pure competitions. Now we moving towards more tangible and more impactful solution.
Ignat, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, that brings us to our final pitch. After this one, I will excuse the judges and tell you what we will be doing in the meantime, which I already know Paul Sappho is bummed about that he can't see. So before that, though, we have our final of today's pitches, and with us to talk about that from Canada is Mario. Thank you so much, and please tell us all about Readocracy.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Mario, and with Readocracy, we are on a mission to change the incentive model of the internet and society, specifically to make how you inform yourself matter. Because today, it doesn't. Today, all that matters is how much attention you can grab, no matter how misleading, divisive, or hateful you are, which is why the internet looks and feels like this, and we are consuming it mindlessly. So of course we feel the way we do, and of course society is going the way it's going. But the good news is, it does not have to be like this. We can change how we value our time. It's only wasted if we let it be wasted. And it starts with a simple fact. For everybody in this room, you will spend as much time in your life consuming and discussing content as you would studying for 35 college degrees. And you have nothing to show for it, and you have no idea how it's affecting you. Until now. Across every major browser and mobile operating system, Readocracy is like a Fitbit for your mind. Our patent-pending technology can tell if you're actually paying attention to a piece of content and how intensely in an extremely privacy-first way, and then starts making it count automatically while flagging misinfo and polarization in real time. So you're taking all that time you're spending and giving it new value. For your mind, we give you a second brain with your own AI librarian and private insights that show you how you are affecting your bias, your mood, your agitation more. We can also use this for your career or your identity by auto-generating an intellectual portfolio page to showcase the best of your life's learning. And credentials on any subject can actually outperform college ones and prove not just your consumption, but your understanding and application too. And the beauty of this is that it integrates everywhere. Because we are fighting fire with fire. We can't keep on relying on people to just be responsible. So we are taking everything that made social media so engaging and harnessing it for good. And the stats show the effectiveness. This is proving to be extremely sticky across demographics. And that makes for a great market. But we are starting with education institutions first. We are selling licenses to give their students and members an unfair advantage on the market, and our credentials technology to help them open new revenue streams. And we are well on our way. We're going to be breaking even by spring, and we're on track to hit 2 million ARR by the end of 2025. And we're going to keep succeeding for 3 reasons. First is our team. I'm a robotics engineer turned multi-prize winning designer, including for one of the world's top future of work think tanks, and I sit on multiple advisory boards and brain trusts for learning and society, including for X Prize. And my brother is the poster child for Readocracy. He taught himself to code when he was 15, and by the time he was done high school, he built one of Canada's first social networks that was doing 40 million hits a month with over 200,000 users. And since then, he's built his own proprietary technology, which has driven over 1 billion interactions. And we are backed up by the first investors in Twitter, Medium, Hugging Face, the former head of AI at IBM, the head of workforce partnerships and academic partnerships at LinkedIn, and the former deputy national cyber director from the White House, and others just like them. Second, simply put, this is great timing. We have product zeitgeist fit. And lastly, we have a major head start. Which brings me to where we're taking this. With our education partners, we are launching the world's first knowledge data marketplace, meaning that spending your time well will actually result in new ways of making money and earning rewards from major brands. And with our API layer, anybody will be able to get in on this. So we are changing the value of how you inform yourself fundamentally in society and the economy, striking at the heart of the incentive model that has made it so effortless to depress and divide. And so, in summary, until now, the only way you could get power was through the quantity of attention you get. With Readocracy, it can finally be about the quality of attention you give. And that can change everything. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
I love what I hear. I love your background and the investors and things. And so I'm leaning in here, but what's the user experience again?
So user experience, this is tough with 5 minutes for something that's never been seen before. But essentially, we have a browser extension. We have mobile apps. If you're a website owner, you can put this in your site. But if we go back, so essentially, when you add it to your browser, whenever you land on a piece of content, it works on articles, newsletters, YouTube videos. Now we're going to have podcast and book support, PDFs. You'll see a little gray bubble appear in the bottom left of the bottom right of the page. Oh my God, there's a lot of slides. Okay, here we go. So you'll see the gray bubble in the bottom right of the page. That lets you know Readocracy is on. We always want you to know it's on. And then it will fill.
If I cut to the chase, it's basically looking over my shoulder as I'm looking at stuff on the web. And it's probably going tisk tisk, you're not using your time well, or right on, you're doing the right thing.
This is much more about the carrot, not the stick. So it's gamified. Essentially, you earn variable rewards for the time you spend. You get subject matter credits. Every amount of information is a different amount, right? And so you're seeing progress as you go, and then it becomes the data. And so the beauty of it also is we also detect the subject you're paying attention to, woodworking, organizational behavior, AI. You don't have to touch anything. This is a step change. If you've ever used any learning tool, any knowledge management tool, you know it requires 2 to 4 clicks. Every click loses you 50% of engagement. This is why learning tools have such abysmal retention and engagement. You get the same people using it over and over. This is magical because you literally just spend the time you spend and it starts to count. It categorizes the right place. It's over 90% accurate. It remembers your privacy preferences, whether you intend to be recognized as or not, and you are always in control. I can't highlight that enough. We're very proud of how privacy first this is and how the UI has been carefully designed so you always feel comfortable.
I think that one question I had, thank you for it, looks interesting. And the question is, because the way you are putting an incentive model is quite a complex thing, because I think what is a good information or bad information for me, it may be very different for you, for other person. How do you personalize that kind of scaling, or what kind of modeling you use to decide is it good or bad? And then how do you then take it back to the incentive model? That
is a complicated question. First of all, when you sign up to Readocracy, we ask you to decide what you're really trying to get out of this. Is it for your mind? Is it for your career? Is it for recognition? And we guide you on a path to get the features out of Readocracy that will make you care, right? Beyond that, in terms of what's credible or not, we use multiple databases that check for misinformation and polarization transparently. We're not the arbiters of truth. They are not. You can always check. But the problem with those databases, they do it at a source level. You could be on the New York Times, it tells you it's credible, but then you go to the opinion section, who knows what happens, right? So there's flaws in that system. So we also are building our own agitation index. It's a machine learning-based system that looks at clickbait, rage bait, and loaded language. And so it can go in real time on individual authors as well. So that's kind of how we're doing it. But generally speaking, this is not about policing or, guiding you to certain things. The main thing is you can spend all this time online and have nothing to show for it. And that is normalized today. And then once you experience this, you're like, wait a second, I could get something and just do the same thing. That's the difference. And that's the incentive. It doesn't matter what you're into. And also, we're not prescribing only education, right? Like you could be into woodworking, you could be into NBA basketball, and then you want to be the proudest person on that, right? You want to show off or just understand yourself. So a big part of it is also just having the data in the first place. That's one of the feedback we get from people is just like, once I see this, it's like having an invisible mirror in my mind I didn't have before, and now I start thinking twice.
That actually,
Cool, but we've got time for both of you. Go ahead.
so I see you're incentivizing people spending time on themselves and improving themselves, but another huge problem with the internet is the division and hatred. So have you thought about incentivizing people working together or helping each other?
Yes, 100%. Thank you for asking. So one of the features we're releasing now, which is fundamental and I'm so excited about for my own use, you can actually take control of the algorithm. So instead of having 17 newsletters in your inbox, having to open the Twitter hellhole for that one person who's sane, you can actually have Readocracy scan all of it for you, like a RSS reader on steroids. And you can define specifically what matters to you. And within that, we actually identify 9 metrics that you're getting into a filter bubble. And we can out of every 15, we can mix 1 to 3 in transparently that help you balance yourself out and show you why, but in a way that's still interesting to you. So that's one. Also in our discussions layer, we're using bridging-based algorithms. So you actually earn bonus points if you get somebody who's not politically aligned with you to appreciate what you have to say.
Nicole, final question. Go ahead.
What type of people, what are the avatars that you've had so far?
So it's super interesting how broad this is, but there are some buckets they fall into. So first of all, you have people who are trying to prove themselves, right? So this can be students entering the workforce. And they're like, I don't have any experience. How do I stand out when, it's a catch-22? But because everybody's job hopping, you have a lot of mid-career people who are like, I'm redefining myself. Am I going to go back to school for this? What do? I have all this knowledge. What do I do with it? On the other side, you have people who want to mentor. So they're like thought leaders, they're authors, and they're like, I'm doing research all day and I can't show any of it. And I'm not going to go and set up a whole new newsletter. And so that's part of it. And so you kind of see this, and it's interesting because it resonates really strongly. We didn't think it would, but it resonates incredibly strongly with high school students. But also, some of our biggest power users in our beta were actually like end of career executives at the top of their game. So like it's kind of random. It buckets, but honestly, when I say all demographics, it's interesting how sticky this is. We had somebody who started out in our beta who said, I don't need points. And like, they were like presidents of associations and everything. Like, I don't need points. Like, I'm almost offended by the points. 3 weeks later, they contacted me saying, when is this going to be on mobile? Because I find myself sending things from mobile to desktop just so I can get my points. So like, it's extremely sticky.
Mario, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that concludes our final pitch, which means that I am going to excuse our judges. They will retreat over in Discovery, where we will give them some time. I'm sorry to do this to you, Paul. It will be, I think we're recorded. It will be recorded and we will share the recording with you. The reason why Paul is upset is because we have quite a special treat for all of us here in attendance and online, which is a keynote lecture by Philip Rosa, who I'll get to the stage momentarily. The reason why we wanted to bring this is not just to kill time, because as you can tell by Paul, he's a little frustrated having to leave the room for this, is because Philip is deeply committed in this particular space and this problem area that we are addressing today. So we will have a relatively short keynote address by Philip to talk more about this space, and you'll understand why he is as committed to this area as some of the people we've heard from today. So it is my pleasure to bring to the stage Philip Rosedale, an inventor, entrepreneur, and a virtual words creator. We'll do a proper applause once I'm done introducing you. Sorry, I didn't do that very elegantly. Lifelong passion for emergent system, online communities, and digital economies. You may know him as the founder of Second Life and High Fidelity, co-founder of High Fidelity. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
I have this for you, I think.
You don't need a clicker.
You don't need a clicker?
Slide, so
I'll take
easy.
it. Don't worry.
There you
I
are.
love a clicker.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me. This is great. What I'm going to do tonight is reflect on, I've listened to all the presentations. I'm not voting, but I'm not judging, but it's been a delight to hear them all. What I want to do is touch on some ideas that, yes, are adjacent to some of the things we're talking about. And as Alex said, my own background, though I've done a number of different things, is most well known as the creator of this virtual world called Second Life. Does anybody know? Anybody actually? Yeah, you know Second Life. Okay, so we got, good. Okay, we got like half of us. Great. You can fill in the people next to you that don't know. So yeah, that's the big thing that I've done, and it's very related to all these matters of how we get along online, how online systems work, why they hurt us and why they don't. I created Second Life. I started the company 25 years ago. I cannot believe that. That's a picture of me was with less white hair. 25 years ago, I built this thing, and it has been up and running since then, or for more than 20 years. Millions of people have used it. And their efforts in the virtual world have allowed them to make billions of dollars doing that. So it's very relevant to look at and understand. In many ways, Second Life is kind of an unusual alternate timeline, if you will, on what could have happened with social media. Second Life started, it launched just before Facebook. So it was for a moment there, we were sort of these two startup companies that were doing something different with letting people communicate online. So it's interesting to look at it that way. So I'll come back to that. But as I mentioned, I started it in 1999, but my career experience in tech started earlier than that, in 1994 when I came to San Francisco. And let me just say, I'm going to hit a few topics here, and then we'll talk a little bit. I'll give some time at the end to make. Although I don't see a clock, but oh, there it is. Fantastic. So I'll hit a few of these topics, and then we can have a conversation about them, because I bet I'll say one thing or another that you'll want to retort to or disagree with or whatever. But yeah, I came to San Francisco in 1994. I was extremely passionate about building a virtual world, but recognized that at that time, even as crazy as I was, there was no way we were going to build a three-dimensional graphical world on computers in 1994, but the internet had just started. And so I started working on video compression and ultimately sold a company to another company in Seattle called Real Networks, where I was the CTO. But the thing that was interesting, I think, for the present moment, where we sort of stand at the precipice of what seems to be so much potential and real harm that we've done with technology. We wonder whether AI is going to destroy us, whether we're going to use it even more and worse to harm ourselves with technology. And I'm struck by how unfortunate that is and how different the 1990s felt. And a lot of you don't remember this, but by comparison, the internet projects that were happening in the 90s seemed to just be doing almost uniformly good things. You know, things like eBay and Wikipedia and, you know, a thousand other companies that seem to be just diving into the fact that we had this vast TCP/IP network and we could send messages to anywhere in the world, to anyone. We could do so many things with that. So why, circa about, for myself, I think about 2010, did we all start to feel like maybe things are not quite right, and maybe everything that we're doing with tech isn't just uniformly helping us? So it's really fascinating to look back at that and say, what went wrong? So in discussion here, I think I can touch a little bit on that too. So the first thing I want to say is, in Second Life, there are these millions of people there. It's like a small city. There's 50,000 people logged in there right now. It feels like a smaller city. People do all manner of different things there, but the most important thing, they have jobs, they make money, they have an avatar, which is a 3D representation of themselves. So it looks, if you've not seen it, it looks like a video game, but it's just this big open platform in which you can do absolutely anything. And one of the most remarkable things about it is that for the most part, and strikingly in comparison to something like, say, Twitter, people get along there. The polarization that we talk about happening in social media happens in reverse there. Anecdotally, and this has been studied by academics as well, I can't tell you how many times in Second Life, two people who, if they'd met in the real world, would have fought with each other or hated each other, get to like each other or fall in love or start a business together or do something together in this remarkable virtual world. So why is it? Why is it that, well, first of all, the good news is we can get along online. The idea that online experiences are just somehow bringing out the worst in us is just nonsense. It's just complete garbage. We can get along online. We can thrive online. We can prosper. We can work together. We can collaborate. We can do all these things. So why is it that, social media went such a different way? Well, in Second Life, there's a lot of different reasons for that, and some of them I want to state because they probably apply to the designs of some of these systems that we're seeing here tonight. One of them, which is pretty unique to virtual worlds, but is really interesting, is this distance here. When I put my hands out, I'm putting them out about 2 feet, the distance that I can reach on each side. When a person, as we all know, as many of us are experiencing right now, when someone near you is within that distance of you, it kind of lights up your brain. It activates you. You know they're there. You know that we can scan you in MRIs and we can see in your brain where you actually map where they are. So when somebody gets within arm's length of you to where they could touch you or you can touch them, your brain changes. You have an awareness of them. You're more present. You're more civil. You're more engaged because they're that close to you. In a virtual world like Second Life, the same thing happens. You're within arm's reach of another avatar, or when you are, another person's avatar, which is their 3D body, and it activates your brain in exactly the same way. So again, very much the opposite of many online experiences. It explicitly tells you that you're right next to that person, and what we found is that your brain activates the same way when you see yourself standing next to somebody's avatar as you do when you're actually close enough to touch somebody. So that's one thing, this idea of personal space. We've got to consider how we build things online to respect these facts, that we regard closeness very differently when that happens. A second thing is shared context. And this is something that we just totally don't do online. And it's so terrible. And many of the applications here today, many of the projects can take advantage of this fact. Shared context is when we both see the same thing, or when a group of us sees the same thing. Right now, we're all in the same room. We're all at the same kind of tables. We just had some same food for a snack. We understand each other, and we are more likely to trust each other, to collaborate, to cooperate, because we are sharing the same context. One of the wonderful things about Second Life and about video games in general is that you actually see yourself usually in third person. You know what I mean? You see yourself, your avatar in front of you. And that actually enhances the sense of shared context, because imagine if you see your avatar sitting in a living room or sitting in a conference room with other people around you, you contextualize it because you can do that weird video game only thing where you can see yourself outside of your own body. So the fact that you're sharing the same experience with somebody else is also vital to making you trust them and engage with them. And this is something that online systems often don't do. And sometimes online moderation strategies actually do the opposite. So for example, on something like Twitter, you can block and filter, and actually in all systems, you can block some people, here are other ones. So everybody is in their own bubble, as we've come to call it. But a big bad part of this is that we're not all seeing the same thing. Seeing the same thing really helps us get along. The other one that's unusual, but very replicable in comparison between Second Life and other social media, is that the locals are powerful in Second Life. When you're in Second Life, you're in someone's house, you're at a bar, you're at a music venue, you are wandering around and you go into a shopping center. These are all things you can do with your avatar in Second Life. The locals in that immediate location where you are the ones that are probably most in control of your experience. If you're a jerk in a bar in Second Life, you're not going to get, Second Life's not going to ban you. You're going to get kicked out of the bar. The bar owner can just click on you and throw you out. They don't throw you out of Second Life, they just throw you out of their bar. This idea of empowered local action is something that I think very broadly is one of the things that we really need. We kind of forgot about it because we built the internet sort of so globally. We thought everything could just be perfectly global. One currency, one big website, one whatever. We didn't respect the fact that so many human experiences begin at a local level, right? Your behavior, your everything about what you're doing kind of bubbles up from where you are right now to the world at large. And I think we've forgotten in our enthusiasm for building things on the internet that was actually true. And in fact, that same idea that you see in Second Life of just, physically being subject to the locals can be played out in a lot of different ways. in online communities more generally. And I hope this is what we're going to start to see actually as the world, well, maybe gets bad in some ways that forces us to think about this, but bottom up is the way to govern online communities, not top down. Most everything that we're doing today at like a Facebook or a Twitter is done top down. You have one set of standards, you apply them to everybody, you argue about what those standards should be. What can happen in online communities generally, though, is that you can start with small groups, embed those groups in other groups, and do things around that. For example, if you wanted to have a civil debate about politics online, which nobody's even tried to do, right? How would you do that? Short of doing it as a local city experience or something and just using Zoom. If you wanted to really have a big gathering where people could shout at each other and debate issues, how would you regulate and moderate that if you didn't have access to personal identification about the people who were coming, which of course in a political event you kind of want to not do because that frees them to be open. The way you do that bottom up is you form a bunch of little groups. You might have well, imagine it regionally. Imagine a bunch of small neighborhoods in San Francisco, for example. Each of the neighborhoods validates its own members and puts them in an app like we've been seeing tonight. Everybody lets in their neighbors to the app. So now you've got the Mission District or Pacific Heights or whatever in San Francisco. And the people that belong to that district are in the app and they validated each other. If somebody is behaving unacceptably or isn't a member of that community, they'll get kicked out by that group. Then what you do is you bubble that up. So now the Pacific Heights folks say to the Mission folks, okay, we agree that the Mission group and the Pacific Heights group are going to meet and debate some politics, or maybe 3 or 4 groups. By bubbling up that management and by allowing each of those groups to regulate its own membership, you are going to create a civil environment, because if you violate the standards of the groups, you're going to get kicked out. And then you can imagine that you can do this bubbling up at the applying it to politics at the level of the sub-region in the city, then the city itself, then the state, and then the country, and you can bubble it up. This is the way we need to build voting systems in the future that people will be able to trust. It's a counterpoint to some of the KYC stuff that we've talked about, seen tonight with respect to blockchain and online more generally. So I think governing from the bottom up is a core idea that we can do. Second Life's a great proof of it, and we need to do a lot more of it. Another important thing, I was really happy to see this with almost all the presentations I've seen so far today. You don't have to do advertising to build a great business. I can't believe that I hear my comrades in the tech community saying that they have to do advertising to make like social media work. Total nonsense. Google today makes about $50 per person per year on advertising, I think, across their suite of services. No, sorry, that's Facebook I'm talking about. Across Facebook, they make about $50 per person. Guess what Second Life makes per person? More than that, like $60 or $70 per person across, across Second Life. Second Life is a free service. People electively pay fees for certain things there, renting the land that they live on, some of the transactions they do, and we make tons of money. It's a fantastic business. So you don't need to build a technology business around advertising. And I personally think, and we can talk about this, that advertising is just an enormous poison that feels to me like it took us down. I remember hearing about AdWords, and like any other technologist, I suppose I thought about, oh, geez, well, it's an auction and that's going to do this and that. But the way that's grown from, advertising intrusively in front of people on websites to surveillance of what those people are doing to correlating that surveillance data and using it to harm people, I just can't say enough. I think there's one thing that that is underneath all the trouble we're talking about. It's advertising. But the good news is you don't have to build an advertising business, and most everybody that I've heard present so far, actually everybody, is not. So thanks. Another online element that drives behavior, an element that drives human behavior in places like Second Life and online, is fairness. We've just seen, one of the most unbelievable elections happen, right? And one argument to be made is that the reason that election went the way that it did was because people have a deep sense of unfairness. That whenever you have a democracy in our case, and you have a whole bunch of people in that democracy feel like things are unfair, and they're somehow not, things are just somehow not right. They don't have equal opportunity. They don't have equal access to wealth. They just, something feels wrong to them. They take it very seriously. I've heard people say in economics to me, and I've argued with them about this, hey, fairness doesn't matter so long as everybody's getting richer. And that is complete nonsense. Human beings regard fairness as one of the most critical components of their very nature. And the reason is because we are pro-social mammals. We are evolved to help each other. This is good news because we are not going to, the world is not going to become some Mad Max dystopia, no matter how bad whatever happens next is, because we are built to take care of each other and to work together. But to successfully work together with others means that you also have to work with others means that you also have to demand that they participate equally, that they're fair. And so an interesting thing about fairness is, one, it's constant and present in online environments. So think about it with everything you design. Fairness matters. And the other thing is, it's just kind of a happy reminder of our fundamentally good human nature. And the very fact that you can design systems that rely on us to collaborate with strangers, for example, we will. And again, Second Life is evidence of that. A particular topic, which I think is a longer one, and I'll save for now, but it's one of the projects I've worked on, is a different type of digital money, a different type of currency. We've had a little bit of mention of that today, but there's a sort of a desert island question that's intriguing and very much related to fairness, which is, if we woke up tomorrow and the internet was down and banks were gone, we had no money, how would we redesign money? What will happen if the dollar somehow collapses and we have to do something else? It's an interesting answer. We wouldn't actually build something like cryptocurrency. Although that has been a fascinating experiment, it's poorly named in that it's not a currency. A currency, oh, and Second Life has its currency, which is what drives me to talk and lecture about this quite a bit. With Second Life, we actually had to build a digital token, a currency, way back in 2003 that would enable people to buy and sell things from each other. And we learned a lot from doing that. And one of the things that you learn is that, real currencies tend to become concentrated. That is, the rich get richer. Both power and money tends to concentrate with people who already have it. This actually turns out to be you can read more of my writing about this if you look it up online. There are some fascinating, too long to explain now, mathematics around this, which basically say that money concentrates where there's other money, regardless of behavior. It has nothing to do with bad intent. It has nothing to do with us, scamming each other or anything like that. Not true at all. There's a mathematical problem that's basically a physics problem, it's my background, related to how money kind of piles up where there's other money. There's a bunch of ways to simulate it. And one of the fascinating things that I think is an opportunity for the future that we'll see here at some point is really using technology to take another look at money and see if there's a way to make it work better for all of us in a way that feels more fair, because I think the fact that money is one of the big things that doesn't feel fair right now in the United States, and it's driven us to where we are. AI. I've had a lab in San Francisco for the last couple of years. We've worked on a bunch of AI stuff, started a couple of companies out of there. I've learned a lot about AI. Absolutely fascinating material. I'm not going to go into what I think AI, what's possible with AI. It's obviously a lot. But one of the things that concerns me about AI is this great discussion of alignment and the ethics of it, and how do we do AI right? And rather than debating whether government should regulate AI as a topic, I would rather invite us to wonder when we, as engineers and entrepreneurs, as we have here, are going to start regulating our own, the ethics of our own behavior with respect to incredibly powerful, dangerous technologies like AI. We shouldn't be worrying about aligning the AIs, which I think is ridiculous and impossible, to somehow be like us, because which one of us are we going to pick? But what we ought to think about is, as engineers, what are we not willing to do with AI? You know, people that study mechanical engineering get a little ring. Does anybody here a mechanical engineer? Does anybody know? Yes. Oh, that's right. You're a roboticist. You've got it, right? The Canadian, and you're Canadian, oh my gosh, which is where it came from. Can you tell us, what does the ring mean? Yeah.
The whole room. Okay,
Shoot.
so really quickly, it came from a bridge that collapsed. That's the story. And so it's supposed to represent the fallibility of materials, that people's lives are on the line. And so you wear it on your pinky ring because an engineer is the last line of truth and signs off on projects where people's lives depend on it. And so when you sign the signature, your pinky drags along the signature line to remind you of the oath you took, which is written for Canadian engineers by Rudyard Kipling. And so that's it, right?
Exactly. So the iron ring. So what does this mean? I mean, the other way of putting it is this: if you go to a mechanical engineer and ask him or her to build a bridge that's really, really cool and sexy, and it's going to be on the Architectural Digest, but it's probably going to fall down, they won't do it. With software, I don't know why this is, but we haven't hit that point yet. And we've been building software for a long time, and we've even started to have some real disasters around it. And unfortunately, we'll probably have more. But the thing that's so interesting is if you go to somebody and you say, hey, I want you to build this social media thing and it's going to be cool, you're going to get really rich and famous, but teenagers are going to kill themselves because of it. What's the right answer to that, right? The right answer is no. And that may not be the, I don't know, Brad. Yeah, how many exactly? So we can, as humans and as engineers, as software engineers and as software entrepreneurs, we can make these ethical decisions ourselves. I think it's the most important thing that we need to do as we address these increasingly powerful technologies. I think we need to establish our own guidelines like mechanical engineers have done for a long time. I mean, I guess they knew because they were building airplanes and bridges, but I just don't understand sometimes myself as a software engineer why we don't regard the things we're building as, you know, potentially agents of destruction and consider that in our actions. I don't get it. I really don't. I think we'll get there on that. But thanks for these thoughts. We've got a few minutes, and I know I'm a big conversationalist. I already called out somebody, so let's pick a couple of. Let's have a conversation about some of the thoughts on this, or feel free to ask me other questions about my work or other things. Alex.
I will ask, give me a moment to get to you with a microphone, because that means people online can also listen. And I have, no, that's fine. But then I also have Cody ready to send me questions from online that I can relay. So I'm going to go over there to Ignat first.
Yep.
But I'll also be relaying questions from online.
Great.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for sharing these ideas. You're a legend, at least for me. Second Life for me was like I was like in university and I heard the name already. The very interesting topic you touched about the currency, and I read about you. Tried to understand your project and what you're doing now. Yeah, I mean, crypto might be not the right answer, right? And with Bitcoin not being anywhere close to being the currency, right? Probably just for safety, so to save the assets. So what is the vision of yours? And you said about this mathematical problem of money gravitating, right? And I was like thinking a lot about the digital currency for our platform as well, and the tokens, etc. But I didn't launch anything because I failed to understand how to make it really work for people.
So the big innovation of crypto thus far with Bitcoin and Ethereum has been to create a finite amount of a scarce digital asset, the coins themselves. And the magic of it, of course, is that we all run our own computers, and it basically constrains the available amount to be, 21 million in the case of Bitcoin. The problem with a currency is that doesn't work for a currency. What currencies do historically is they're created by trust and credit. The way currencies, here's an amazing thing. Currencies did not begin with Roman coins. We hear those stories. It's not true. Currency began way, way longer ago than that, when neighbors and townspeople started writing letters of credit to each other. So if you knew somebody and you trusted them, they'd just say, yeah, I'm the sheep guy. I'll give you a few sheep, sometime later in the season, and they'd give you that piece of paper. You'd shuttle that paper around with others to buy your own stuff, and eventually everything would get settled out. This idea of mutual credit and of a liquid money supply is at the heart of historic means of creating money. Unfortunately, we got off that track around the Roman times, and we started abusively using money as a means of collecting taxes from conquered citizens and housing soldiers, right? Which is super unfortunate. In fact, in some ways, the money that we use today are much more derivative of that Roman tradition than they are of this older idea of mutual credit and mutual trust. The interesting idea, and what I'm working on with this project called Fair Share, is to use some of the same distributed tech to allow a community to strike its own supply of currency. What happens is everybody votes together in a community on an income rate, essentially a basic income, and a tax rate, which is a way that you fund that basic income. If we took San Francisco today and we took all our sales tax and we gave it to everybody as a basic income, guess what everybody would get? Everybody in San Francisco would get per month. What do you think? You know, I'll tell you, it's about $1,000 a month, which is really pretty good, even by San Francisco standards. You could probably cover a lot of your basic needs with that. So what the idea with this thing I'm working on called Fair Share is to write a piece of software that a local community could use to vote on that rate and essentially dividend it back to themselves. And as it turns out, longer conversation, that keeps inequality from going out of control in a financial system. I can give you more of that one-on-one or after this when we're hanging out. Who's next, or do we have an online or?
Oh, we've got Brad and I've got Vida, and I also know we have someone from online coming in. So yes, let's do
Brad.
3 more at least. Oh, I didn't turn you on, Brad. I'm sorry. Sorry. I did not turn you on. That is on me.
I could do an hour on every sentence you said, but having lived through the dawn of online community and played a role in it, we certainly did get it wrong. We did have that optimism you described, and even before the 1990s, 1980s. Now, a very smart person right here observed something as an ecologist, that every complex ecosystem has parasites. So that is the thing that we didn't think about.
Yeah.
And those parasites and beyond parasites, actual adversaries, came in a way that we didn't. One of my achievements was to be the first person to create a multinational link in Usenet, which was the sort of the dawn of a big global online community. And I was very proud of that. And because we all thought it was just absolutely amazing and wonderful at the time, that we were interacting with people on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
People were sharing and learning they weren't alone with people on the other side of the world. And we really thought it was an unalloyed good. And we learned later that it wasn't. I was right interested in what you said about proximity, because it was the exact opposite thing. The lack of proximity liberated us, and proximity also liberates us. Is there a way?
I don't know.
To find a happy medium.
Great. I mean, mostly just great comments from Brad there. I mean, yeah, there was something magical. We all felt it. Usenet, you know, the electric excitement of being able to be in contact, sorta, with somebody that was far away, right? Was part of the thing that made this all possible. I guess the fusion is, right, to at least for some of the people you're interacting with, to use online, to extend it to more of this personal dependent, you know, I think interdependence, by the way, there's such a struggle, there's such a Silicon Valley thing where we're trying to all be independent, I think, to a fault. You know, like the idea is I'm going to get rich and nobody can tell me what to do, and it's freedom of speech and I can do anything and I just, you know, whatever. And there's something missing in that. And I think the internet almost, maybe it's the loneliness too, you know, the internet somehow reiterates the idea that we have to be these individual secure actors on our own. And it's just not true. In reality, we are interdependent in so many complex ways on the multiple groups that we're members of. But I think it's a beautiful statement. Like, how do we combine that excitement of talking to somebody in Japan for the first time, which I can remember, you know, in the early 90s on the internet, just being utterly gobsmacked by the fact that I could see a guy in Japan that was like waving at me, you know? Yeah. Keeping out the parasites, though, and that's a great point. A great systems way to think about it, right, is that there's some parasitic activity. It's small, like I said about fairness and prosociality, but it's there, and so you've got to keep that from being magnified out of control. Alex, yeah.
I have 2 questions from online, so we're going to ping pong on and offline. First one online, Vida, back online. First one is, I've heard you talk about the gender balance of your users in Second Life. Can you speak to that and how that came about? And is there lessons there that we can learn about that balance?
Thank you. Yeah, I missed that. So gender balance. So Second Life is also perfectly 50-50 balanced. Women actually are a little more successful and a little more, well, they're more successful in Second Life. So while not as many women sign up as men for Second Life, the instantaneous population is 50% female. And if you look at, and we look anecdotally because Second Life is also pseudonymous, so we don't want to know anything about you. We don't surveil you. We do not want to know what your real life details are, but we sometimes will survey that or look at, anecdotes. What we see that's also fascinating is that women tend to be a little bit more financially, socially, communally successful there. I'm not really sure what to make of that, but it was a fascinating statistic, and that gender balance has been true from the very beginning until now. I think one thing to be said is you can't build a party. Anything you're trying to do that is multiplayer, anything that is communal, online, collective, whatever, it has to be gender balanced. I mean, I just feel like it's one of these things Silicon Valley misses. Like I've seen so many cases where entrepreneurs will be like, well, I'm doing something and it's 85% men that are using it, but we're going to make it more open later on, like I've never seen that happen. So I think that it's more an indicator. Gender balance, age balance, diversity in every way is an indicator that you're doing something right and that you've struck some kind of an appropriate balance in systems design. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a concept called network states by Balaji Srinivasan.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be confined to belong to a nation
Yeah.
By geographical limitations. You're in the network of a nation because of whatever you choose to be. That is one thought I wonder about. And then there's data markets is another thought. Like you're giving your personal data and then someone's monetizing it.
Yeah.
Is there something you're doing along these lines?
Yeah, and The Network State by Balaji is fascinating read. A lot of interesting stuff if you've not read it. It's very opinionated in ways you may not agree with. I don't agree with some of the presumptions that he makes about human behavior and outcomes, but the idea of the network state is totally fascinating, and I think it's resonant with both Second Life and some of the stuff that we're about to see. I think it is I hope that it becomes a meditation on interdependence. The idea being that you can use something like FairShare, like what I mentioned with respect to currency, and you can create a real connected, dependent community of the sort that we historically had in a neighborhood, but at any distance with people. Again, going back to what Brad said, how do we mix the magic and the importance of locality with the tremendous range and cheapness with which we can, transmit things over the internet? But yes, again, great comment for anybody that wants to go deeper on where the world goes next with respect to things. The network state is fascinating.
Person. So here is the next one from online. If you could go back, knowing what you know now about users and communities, what would you have done differently in building Second Life in those early days?
Yeah, so many things that I would have done differently, but one of them is reflecting on this communal activity groups, how people are interdependent. There's been really good experimentation in Second Life with people like forming shared communities where they all own land collectively and develop it. And it has allowed some like really cool experiments in different forms of human governance. But I think I didn't lean into that enough because I myself, as I said earlier, when I was younger, was very much of that mindset that I had to figure it all out for myself, be independent, and that was a good thing. And that, I was to be strong and singular and, one man alone conquering the world. And I think that one of the things people often say is, well, what's a book or an author that you would have read that you didn't read then? Elinor Ostrom. How many people know Elinor Ostrom? Somebody? Yes? Governing the Commons. So read Elinor Ostrom, Nobel Prize winner, who analyzed this thing called the tragedy of the commons. We all know that expression. It doesn't actually happen. The tragedy of the commons, where one person overgrazes the public area and their sheep eat everything and then everybody else's sheep die. It actually doesn't happen in human behavior. And it's because humans are good, they're pro-social, they're innately collaborative. And she got the Nobel Prize for basically codifying why this dumb thing that some guy had said as an economist some years earlier really actually wasn't true. So I'd give you Elinor Ostrom as who I wish I had read before I built Second Life. One more.
We're coming up on our time, so Mario, bring us home, please.
This is kind of like a nebulous, I'm just looking for your thoughts, but this tension between, you said people signing off on tech they shouldn't be putting out there. Obviously, you know, there's all this talk about, let's say, free speech and censorship on platforms, and just this idea of guidelines and rules. And we have this technology that jumps out ahead and is exponential, but then regulation is linear, so it never catches up.
Yeah.
And the tension of like, okay, so if you put rules in place beforehand, are you limiting innovation? So where do you stand, or what do you think in terms of this tension, which is maybe adjacent to like the paradox of tolerance? Where do you put the rules, and should there be rules? And how do you reconcile innovation with these horrible things that happen that you can't put the thing back in the box?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there should be societal covenants that do relate to larger scale behaviors that people make. So in short, I think that there needs to be, so actually, let me answer that another way, which is to say, another thing that's weird about San Francisco and about, I think, everybody lately is that it's always entirely black and white. You're either entirely conservative, or you're a liberal communist, or you're a rapacious, conservative business killer or whatever. I'm struck by the observation as both a programmer and a science person that life never exists at these extremes. You know, life doesn't exist at high temperature or freezing temperatures. It exists like in the middle, you know, like 72 degrees. Similarly, I think these designs for living are all the right answers are always in the middle. And yet we seem to want to be having this argument and fight where only one side can win, and it's an extreme, you know? So I think that's one thing, is that it's always compromise, and technologists tend to think that, you know, like decentralization, Bitcoin, it's all that, you know, it's like, no, it's not. So I think things are in the middle. And then I think the other thing is, as I was saying, and as your ring shows, I think we have to mix governance rules, which, as you said, move so slowly that the exponential pace of technology probably just invalidates them. Like when people talk to me about regulating AI at the level of the government, I just want to laugh at them and be like, can you just come to San Francisco and look at what we're doing? There is no way you're going to write some legislation. We'll have edited around that with code that you've never even seen before your legislation even gets voted on. And so I think that, yeah, most things I think we should do locally. I think most of our behavior should be regulated by each other, or by rings, or by things like that. And then I think there is room, though, for some things at the governance level. You know, I don't disrespect the idea that there is definitely a need for governance. I think when governance becomes heavy and expensive and old, like we have in the United States, this screws everything up. So even the best intentions, like here in California, get turned into bad or overly expensive outcomes. Good? Thanks, everybody. This is great. I look forward to hanging out.
All right, thank you very much, Philip. I very much also look forward to hearing from you again later next week at our executive program. Good. That brings us to the end of our programming. I will grab my slides, if I may, because I'm very pleased to announce that I have been informed that the jury has reached a decision. And so we are, oh, there we go. At the end of our Global Impact Challenging programming, which means I just get to close us off before I bring up Aaron and Zia to announce our winner. I just want to, before I do that, extend a bit of thanks to many of you here. I know there's been a question of like, well, what other events does Singularity have? So we've put a QR code up here to showcase some of the other events. If you want to stay in touch, if you want to attend an executive program, a summit, one of our community events, or our GICs. But more than that, I want to thank the presenters that we saw today to come here to share their dedication to solving this problem in the many ways that you are. So thank you very much for joining us here and pitching to all of us here and online. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank our attendees as well as I've heard we hit 300 online. So that's from likely, this is the one that's harder to count, around 30 different countries. And as well as our attendees in person, of course, we're very appreciative of you being here. Thank you to our judges. There's 4 of you, well, Aaron's over there, as well as to the teams at Singularity and at Sync who have made this first GIC in years happen. I want to end on the following. As you may have gathered, we care a lot about building solutions to the most pressing problems in the world and leveraging exponential technologies thoughtfully and responsibly. I hope that all of you will walk away with a sense of, yes, we've seen some incredible things today. And yes, there's one winner and they will take home this prize. But more than that, yes, not just the 9 others who've presented who will not win this prize will also be winners in addressing these problems, but that you yourselves too will feel that we all have a role to play in the direction that we take technology rather than let technology take us. And so I hope you've seen that the leaders that you've heard from today have shown you that you are very much empowered to do the same. And if we can be of any help in doing that, you know where to find us. So with that, it is my distinct pleasure to bring to the stage the 2 people who will announce the winner of this GIC, Aaron Vaquero and Ziad Al-Ghamdi, to announce their winner. Welcome, come on onto the stage.
Alex. And someone should thank you as well for being such a terrific facilitator tonight. So thank you for coming together. All right, thank you all for being here. So I think I speak on behalf of our entire judging panel saying that was really challenging. We were incredibly impressed with all 10 submissions. And I think Paul said, you know, you could have thrown it up in the air and picked any one of the papers and we would have been proud to award the prize to that company. I wish we had 10 prizes to award or even the top 3, and that's a great idea for the future. And for now, we are extremely proud to award it to 1. And so on behalf of our partners at Sync and Singularity, the grand prize is going to Chat License. Come on up. Congratulations. And congratulations to, thank you. Come on up, there's your check. And congratulations to all of our founders. Thank you. And we look forward to connecting with all of you and how we can help as well at Singularity. We'll be around. All right, bring it in. Pause it. All right, thank you so much for being here with us. We're going to have an hour now of reception networking.
Yes. Couple of things.
Okay.
So I
guess Alex is coming back up.
Sorry.
So we're going to do a picture with the judges real quick.
One thing, so picture with all the judges and Chat License. Martinez, please. Yeah, take your back. Come on, man. And then after that, we would like to invite all the founders up on the stage as well for a group picture. And then 2 more things that I forget because I'm just that kind of forgetful. You'll see around the room, there's signs with all the companies you've heard from. The founders during networking will be out there to talk to you. So that's where you'll be able to find them. It makes it easier to connect with them. If you're watching online, we will drop all of their contact information in one go in all the respective chats so that you can reach out to them in that way. And then, of course, the recording from this whole event will be immediately available on YouTube and on LinkedIn because it just does that automatically. And on Zoom, I think we're sending it out. So that's the things I forgot. Networking is out there after this, but we first have a couple of pictures to take. Yeah, and then we'll do all the founders, yeah? Come on up. Yeah, we're bringing all the founders up, Venus. I can be off. That's okay. I think we're done. Let's